Morning, everyone. Morning. We woke up feeling, I guess, with a little extra vinegar because we're on time today. This is the regularly scheduled agenda for the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners, October 1st. It's 8:30 a.m. Before I jump right into the agenda, I just want to I see an action set, the sixth action session is consideration of endorsement for the Clear Creek Library District ballot measure. And we have wonderful people from the library district here, and I'm going to try to move them up in the agenda so that we can get them back to their important
Checking out
duties.
books.
So that said, first thing on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone here for public comment? If you're on Zoom, please press your raise hand button.
Morning, everyone. Actually, I'm here to represent.
If you would please just state your name and roughly where you live,
And
and we'll give you about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Here you go. I live up on Hideaway Circle, up above the high school. And the first person who's asked me to speak for her is Wendy Kitty, because of her work. I'll read it to you. Since employment hinders me from attending the commissioners meeting in person this morning, please consider this request read from my name. As mentioned at the last meeting, the residents on Highway Circle request road maintenance supplies, including culverts, road and gravel, to be made available so we can attempt to maintain the county road, which is a bit of a quagmire because we're not supposed to work on county roads. Yet the county won't work on this road. So we're kind of stuck. We have 10 residences within a half mile or less on this road. Which she goes on to say that our road has now become a Jeep trail. We are hopeful that in this budget item of 2025 that is available past, we would also look forward to working with the county for more permanent, efficient solutions to the very frustrating issue of access to our homes. As you consider the budget, please add road maintenance materials. Now, I'm here in representing Etta Satter and myself as well. We just want to work on the road. We don't know what to do anymore. Winter's coming on very quickly. And without some type of help, I went to Big R the other day and priced a culvert. It was almost $400 for a 20-foot, I think it's 16-inch culvert. You just can't afford it. But if the county could see clear to just budgeting a little bit of money to help us out, we'll do the work. You know, we were here at the last meeting. I'm probably going to come to every meeting we have just to keep reminding you, please help us. And one other item, I spoke to the mail delivery man yesterday, and I asked him, I said, is it possible for the post office to give us the locking P.O. boxes like they do throughout town on other roads? I used to live on Spring Gulch, a really nice one down there. And he said that where our boxes are at right now, there's not enough room to pour a pad to make these locking boxes. And we've had numerous times where people have gone through and just stole our mail. It's really easy. You don't even have to get out of your car. You can just roll your window down and go from box to box and take the mail. Said that the county would have to donate some land. That this issue has come up in the past. I don't even know where to start. The old school bus turnaround right there, where the pavement turns into the dirt road for Beaverbrook, would be a wonderful spot. I'm not sure how much of that is county land, private. But I'll look for guidance on this issue. I just wanted to bring it up that we would like this. And I think the post office would appreciate it as well, because this guy drives one of those little tiny metal post office trucks. And he's got to go to the very top of Beaverbrook. And Ed and I drove up there yesterday just to see a neighbor. that road's crazy terrible. So it would save them all. So
Thank you, Mark.
my 3 minutes are up. Well, actually 9 minutes because I have 2 other people. Thank you.
We don't quite add up like that.
Well, I wasn't here to complain.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Anybody else here for public comment?
Nobody online has their comments.
I'm going to close public comment. Next thing on the agenda, we're here to interview Joshua Walker for a vacancy on the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau Board of Directors. Is Josh online?
No, not yet.
Okay. Let's proceed. Let's move into county commissioner updates. Will you just notify me?
Yep,
if he does
I'll
pop
look
in?
for him.
Thank you. We're going to try to get to him early in the morning because we missed him last time that he has a job that starts around 10.
There is an unknown iPhone, but last time he was on here, it said his name, so.
Josh, if that's you on the unknown iPhone, please make yourself known. Let's do commissioner updates.
I'm gonna pass today.
I'll probably just hit a couple of items. Pretty big one for me anyway, was the CE meeting, the collaborative effort meeting last week, the I-70 collaborative effort, which is a group of a quasi-judicial group of stakeholders from industry to multiple counties and towns along the corridor, from ranging from Denver to Eagle County, and some industry stakeholders to others, and History Colorado, a few. So anyway, we had our the last meeting I will be attending there, I believe, which was, and I've been the chair there for about 5 years. So it was, just one thing checked off the list now and gone. But we did receive the same presentation from the Colorado Transportation Investment Office that we will be receiving today. And I thought the results of the meeting were productive. And I'll just leave it at that because we'll hear more today and have more conversation with them. And then yesterday, I attended, and George attended as well, the Colorado Opioid Abatement Conference up in Loveland. And it's really, and I just want to highlight it because it's really good, important work that George has been doing as the chair of the GROC, the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council, that is our region, our sections, Gilpin, Clear Creek, and Jeffco. And it's real important work to not only spend the money, but devise strategies to deal with the epidemic. And I'm getting to sit, for now anyways, on an advisory board to that council as well. There's some other stuff in that area with JCMH, but I think they're sending out a press release. And the information I have from them on that press release is still not for public consumption until they send it out, because it was executive privileged communication, but we'll see it. It's some budget stuff. And anyway, that's it. I got to sit on a fun panel yesterday, and it really helped. I think I will say it because it's important for our community. And it had to do with sat on a panel of people who had lost children to overdose within the last few years. And it was a powerful experience to sit with these people, grounding for me, because we've recently had that experience in our family in the last year. And, to meet a number of people that had suffered similar experiences, some of them pretty, really difficult experiences, and learn how many people have that same. Two people came out of the audience afterwards, the people that were there, who were mostly people that were in the field or other elected officials and of some public. And to have people come up to me and say, I lost 2 of my daughters. I lost a brother or brother-in-law. And it reminded me of the story I was telling about how many people I had seen and known that had come to me like that. Everyone I sit down with, it seems like every time I sit down in an airplane seat and talk to the person next to me, they lost somebody. If I get in an Uber and talk to the driver, they lost somebody. And the reason I'm saying this today, and it's important, I want to make sure it's out there like yesterday, is that we understand how common it is and how connected we all are and should be. And that there isn't an us and them involved in terms of who gets lost and doesn't. There's not one that's more tragic than the other. They're all pretty much the same. Met a guy that lost two of his sons laying next to each other in bed. They'd gone to a party and never woke up. And, everybody had a story. So the reason I'm saying it is because I want us to know that I want everybody to know that we're all equally vulnerable and at risk, no matter who you are and where you are.
Thank you. That was on my list too. Thought you did a really good job. Really appreciated your courage and your vulnerability there. You had a line that I'm going to steal.
I know which one.
Sometimes people say when we talk about whether we should be bothering to use naloxone to save a life when someone's overdosing, that those people have made a decision and maybe they should suffer the consequences. And you said yesterday that we don't think about that when we fund an ambulance service, when we celebrate our local ambulance service that saves half of the lives that get cardiac arrest. We just don't think about that. When someone chooses to get on the highway and they get in an accident, we rush to save their lives. And that's what we're doing here as a government with respect to the opioid crisis. And I'm proud of our work.
People make choices on the highway.
Yeah.
And they suffer the consequence of those choices. And we have emergency. We spend a lot of money creating an emergency network justifiably to save those people and help them.
Yep.
Same thing.
So another just couple things coming out of the opioid conference, because I sent a lot of staff received emails yesterday about the opportunities that are out there. There's some very meaningful harm reduction grants. These are all opportunities in addition to the regional opioid funding we have. Some really meaningful harm reduction grants. I continue to think that one of the most important things we can do in this community is have a robust syringe exchange program. I want to ask again that staff work towards that goal, and maybe help me understand what I can do to help achieve that. It's a real need that I have perceived for years. So I want to bring that up. There's a lot of focus and funding right now around providing services in the jails, both medication assisted treatment, and there's funding there for it, as well as getting recovery peers into jails. We're seeing really good results recovery peers are basically people who are in recovery themselves that are trained to help coach people through their own recovery and sustain their own recovery. There's been some really good success about getting these people right into the jails. I'm really happy that the sheriff, Matt Harris, expressed support for that. And I put him in touch with Advocates for Recovery Colorado, which just signed its contract with our opiate region for funding to have a local recovery peer housed in Clear Creek County. And so this is a great way to utilize that service. So I'm really excited about that. And I came across, there's a program out there to help primary care clinics improve how they deal with people who use drugs. And the idea being that they should be as comfortable with someone who uses drugs or has a behavioral health condition as they are somebody with a broken arm. And they provide funding so that the staff time is paid for, and then a lot of training to help just level up. So grateful to our public health director who is connecting that individual with it's not Centura anymore. What is it? Common Spirit.
Yeah.
With our primary care center. So those are some things that came out of that I want you to know about. Also, just really quick, I'm starting to get phone calls about the child care scholarship program. I believe they have spent their money. I believe there continues to be need. I'm interested in exploring what this program looks like moving forward. I'm interested in supporting the existence of this program moving forward. And so that's just a heads up for you, Randy.
Yes.
That I'm going to be asking for a work session to have EECL and or the Schools Foundation come and talk to us about lessons learned and next steps, et cetera.
Additional potential funding requests.
Yeah, I mean, just, yeah, to continue to fund the program. And, you know, what did we learn? How can it go better this time? Obviously, it can always go better. CCI's meeting to pick legislative priorities is on Friday. And I think we have a real shot to get this county revenue diversity concept to be selected by CCI. So I'm really putting a lot of time and effort into it. I was kind of popping in and out of the opioid conference yesterday, calling commissioners around the state. So I'm hopeful for that. And lastly, Commissioner Wood's memorial was on Saturday. Grateful to the staff that showed up and was there. Really impressed with his family and his kids and grateful for his legacy here. Commissioner Wood committed suicide in May as a result of heart surgery, which can cause severe depression, but acute depression to just within a couple of weeks, you can become depressed, very depressed, and have suicidal ideation. And I learned that he was discharged from the hospital without any knowledge, him or his wife, about the risk that he was under. And I don't think that should continue to happen. So I'm going to be talking about that a bit forward. But mostly, this is not about action. This is about appreciation. Just appreciating Sean's legacy this morning. And that's all for me. So let's move to, do we have Josh Walker here?
Nope.
Let's move to county manager updates. Brian.
Good morning. Just 3 quick items. Reminder, we have our next joint meeting on Fire Authority here Thursday. Your next mayors and commissioners meeting is a week from today, 8 a.m. at Fairfields. We did meet as staff or planning team, along with town in Idaho Springs. We're ready to have that conversation about our countywide building department and our abilities to provide building inspection, et cetera, for our municipalities. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. So that's on the agenda. Tuesday, staff will be there to help with that. And I believe police judge had an item also, which is escaping me, but something related to Dr. Cobb. No, but
Building
Building
decarbonization.
yes.
Yes.
That'll be on the agenda also.
A lot of funding for local climate action right now. We should be getting some of it.
And then finally, happy to report that our HR team, working with our public works team, have hired a transfer station manager. This is good news for a while. I believe they start in a couple weeks. And then the transfer station would give them up 3 to 4 weeks to get up to speed on our operations and to be able to go back to our more common hours of operations. So
4 days, we'd go back 4 days a week. So that would be about 6 weeks from now.
somewhere, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to report that. So that's it.
Thank you. Really excited to see the transfer station get back to 4 days a week. Next thing on the agenda, we have a sheriff's update on the agenda this morning. Thank you for joining us, Sheriff Harris.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
All right.
Do I have a medical lot of time?
You got 3 minutes, but
Everything's great. But it's been a minute since we've actually done an official update, so I have a lot of data, a lot of information. I'll try to keep it succinct if I can. Obviously, feel free to ask questions along the way. Just first start with our FTE count. We have 63 authorized. We have 54 on board. We are short 4 in detentions, 2 in patrol, 1 in OEM, 1 nurse in facility, and 1 in investigation. So 4, 5, 6. So we're down 9 FTEs. So that, right now, I think biggest is, the 4 in detentions. You know, detentions is really tough. It ends up being sometimes a revolving door. It's a hard job to fill. It's a hard job to do. It's not abnormal, you know, for us to be down in detentions. If you look at other facilities across the state, across the country, it's pretty normal. Regardless of compensation or any other issue, that's just pretty normal. The nature of the job is rough, right? So it's, and we do a pretty good job, with HR and Peggy and Carol Ann of triaging the right candidates. And we've had a lot of applicants, and some are just not the right folks for our organization. So it's sometimes better to stay short than to bring on folks that are of questionable character, so to speak. Our budget, right now, we're sitting around $6,269,000. That's where we should be compared to last year. Right now, we're at $5,358,000. So we are essentially about $911,000 below where we were last year at this particular time. A lot of reasons. Some of it is vacancy savings. Some of it is us being diligent and ending contracts, and also not having JeffCom any longer. Some of it is Captain Marquardt and his team being diligent on saving money across the board. Right now, this time last year, they were already $50,000 in the hole. And I think they ended a lot more than that. So that's what we have until that's roughly those numbers through the middle of September, not quite to the end where we are at here today. Detentions, we currently have 38 inmates in the facility. 17 are U.S. Marshal inmates, 15 male, 2 female. We have some expenses that we need to take care of for the facility. We're looking at a refrigerator, which would cost us about $5,000, a freezer, $4,500, 2 stacked washer and dryers, which would be about $3,200, and an ice machine at $3,500. If we do have the savings this year, we project to continue to have those savings, get 1 or 2 of those items through the budget this year. If not, we're putting it on, obviously, for next year. We recently purchased 40 new inmate tablets. The inmates could have access to that. We recently did a chat tour with our co-responders at the facility. We have a PREA audit, which is scheduled for this week. So PREA is a Prison Rape Elimination Act. This will prepare us for an official PREA audit that is tentatively scheduled for early next year. Detention staff, Lieutenant DiBiase and Captain Lucas have done a lot of work working with get us PREA compliant. So we will be rolling out a new inmate tracking system through our jail core at the end of October. This system helps simplify our compliance documentation process, or transparency and accountability. It's an automated process. It's most other facilities have a robust tracking system, so it's about time that we're kind of getting on par with other facilities. Currently in detentions, we have 1 deputy enrolled at the Arapahoe Community College Academy. Another will start on October 7th. We started a new nicotine pouch program facility. It allows inmates that are allowed to purchase 3 pouches a week for, nicotine for their, if they're used to vaping or doing cigarettes. We project that the annual revenue for that will be about $7,000 over the course of the year. So it is a way to give the inmates the access to nicotine that, that they want. It's also an ability for us to generate some revenue on that as well. And we are starting a new inmate group therapy program with the JBBS team, and the JBBS has been pushing that. So it's, I know they're excited about that. Since the last update, we had hired, obviously in the beginning of the year, we had our policy writer for Alexa Poll. We're about 60% of our way through the policy process for implementing the Alexa Poll process. And our policy writer has been fantastic, and I think we're really ahead of schedule on that. two other positions that we had hired since the last update were our strategic communications manager and our core security officer. So you can see, you know, when you come into the facility, we have a full-time core security officer who's up there, Jack. Right, what does that do? It prevents us from having a lot of money in overtime. It prevents us from having our command staff and our leaders having to be in those positions, taking away from other responsibility. It's actually been a really good thing. It's freed up our time to do the things that we are hired to do. And obviously those who have communicated with Jenny Fulton and have seen our the impact that she's immediately had in our strategic communications. It's been fantastic for me and for our organization. And obviously we've expanded our reach on social media to next door to X, and we're certainly more robust on Facebook. We also have our quarterly newsletter that goes out to all the residents in the county. Well, the majority of the residents in the county. We have an issue trying to get those that are in Evergreen, because we're trying not to send all our mailers to Evergreen residents who live in Jeffco. So we're working on that issue, but we're trying to get those other couple thousand residents. So we have full, so everybody who lives in the county receives our quarterly newsletter.
In the mail?
In the mail, yep. So that's
Good.
patrol. So our calls for service from August 1st to September 29th. It shows that our deputies either handled proactively or were called on 2,514 calls for service. 2,514 in a 2-month period. In our cold case investigation, we have had 8 new cold case criminal reports, but no suspects. We've towed 3 abandoned vehicles in that period of time, and we've averaged about 4 parking tickets a week. We've tried to increase patrol along Highway Corridor 103. Clearly, with the leaf peeping, it's been a challenge. It's been a challenge up Guanella Pass, and a challenge to handle just the volume of the traffic with our short staffing. You know, in the beginning of the year, I think it was the spring, we transitioned our animal control officers over to the enforcement officers. And this has freed up some time for our deputies to focus on criminal investigations and report writing. And it's also allowed the mobile patrol to have more increased visibility in the neighborhoods and the community, and that's what we've been trying to do. Our special services, a few months back, we purchased 2 new drones. We have deployed the drones on 10 calls, 7 in the county, 2 outside of the county. And one of those was on an active shooter call in Lakewood, where Lakewood PD asked us for our assistance. So immediately having immediate returns and benefits and safety for law enforcement in the community right away. Alpine Rescue, year to date, Alpine Rescue has had 90 calls for service. At this last year alone, they had 68 calls for service. So we are way ahead. We are going to double likely the calls for service for Alpine Rescue in this county from last year, which is incredible. 5,315 hours for responders already this year versus 3,482 total hours last year. It shows us that continuing is that we have a responsibility for public safety in this community. However, the majority of folks in our community are not receiving our service. It is people that are coming here, coming from out of state, coming from Denver Metro, or coming from wherever that need our assistance. And so it's that challenge of our residents are not often being non-residents are often being served by the sheriff's office and Alpine Rescue. It's just one of those things where we continue to see non-residents come into a community, use our services, and then need our assistance. I'm going to pass this over real quick to Captain Marquardt about some legislation that has impacted our records division and kind of some of the issues that we're having with the records.
Yeah, thanks. So recently, Senate Bill 2299 has kind of fallen into our lap. And with that, the amount of records requests that's coming through that is impacting not only us, but the DA's office, the courts. When this came through, this CBI was asking for 60 additional positions to accommodate this legislation. I don't know what they ended up getting, but the DA's office, courts, sheriff's office, obviously we didn't get any additional staff, but they're trying to fulfill those requests. There's timelines that are put in place on that legislation, and I think we're getting like up to 30 a month right now. Just an example of other records requests that we're dealing with when we're dealing with any records request that comes in looking for any kind of body cam footage. We have 2 records technicians currently. And when we get a body cam request, we have to do redactions in those. Axon on their body cam footage shoots at like 33 clips per second. And when we have to do redactions per second per clip, our staff has to go each second by second. If there's license plates or civilians just in the background or other vehicles passing, they have to look second by second and redact that information out of each request. So a 7-minute body cam footage and they're redacting certain information out of that could take 40+ hours just on that one records request. So I bring that up just because if down the road we're looking to, there's some computer programming that you can purchase for that. It's very expensive, but on a $40,000 purchase, if that helps almost alleviate a full FTE in the amount of hours they're spending on just records request, that's why we're looking at that. If I don't have much else to say, just the amount and the volume of records coming in from solely that new legislation on that Senate bill. Our people were already busy meeting those requests and the timeline. So this on top of that is making it challenging. And I think you could get the same feedback from the DA's office and the judges.
And we had learned that CBI had hired roughly 60 FTEs in order to handle this new legislation. We are in a position where, and I don't like to do this, is where we're having to provide overtime to our record staff. I don't like providing overtime for administrative staff. I think that should be reserved for first responders, but we're falling grossly behind. It's just causing us a big problem. That's why what you saw in our budget request for this year, you know, a couple of extra records, that's because it's just can't handle the volume of work. So, if anything else to add to that?
Nope.
Okay. We're still waiting on our 5 vehicles that we had purchased this year. And we have several motors in, we put several motors in existing vehicles this year, which saved us around $50,000 on top of our allotted budget. Obviously for 2025, we're looking to go into a leasing program to help reduce our vehicle maintenance cost. But we're still estimating vehicle maintenance to be above $40,000 for 2025 because we have a lot of older vehicles in our fleet. Over time, we're hoping that cost reduces if we're able to continue a vehicle maintenance or vehicle leasing program. You know, some of the plans that we've been working on obviously is the long-term pension for our staff. You know, I think we really need to explore speed cameras for our county. We're getting continuous complaints regularly off 103, off some of our surface roads. And we just, you know, for the size of our county and for our staffing, we just can't be there. And I think the best way for us to handle it is to explore speed cameras for speed enforcement. We're working with some other PDs in Metro that have a program to see what the cost is going to be and to see how they're implemented and see how it runs. But that's something that I think we're definitely going to have to explore.
I would encourage you to, I agree with you. And I would encourage you to reach out to Boulder County. It's a little bit different for counties than it is for municipalities. The commissioner in Boulder County was trying to explain it to me. I didn't catch all the details, but they're ahead of us in figuring this out. So I think they can be a resource and I'm happy to make it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And we're also, we haven't had a wellness program. We are way behind the curve in having a wellness program for our staff. So we're looking to implement a wellness program for our staff that focuses on mental health and physical health for our staff. Obviously, our folks here in this office who've been here for a while have been through a lot in the last couple of years. And those things have a big impact, not just on our sworn staff, but on our non-sworn staff as well. So we actually put a line item in the budget proposal for 2025 for wellness and for physical and mental health for our folks. Some of the activities that we've been involved in, went to the Emerge meeting a few weeks back. That was pretty successful. We assisted Chat on a coffee with a co-responder. Well, they invited us and it was chat driven, but I think it was good that enforcement and Chat were both there. On October 17th, at the homecoming game at the high school, we're going to be providing a check from the C3 Festival to the school for roughly $8,000. $8,000 was raised through the C3 Fest. That's the first time we use that as a fundraiser. Really happy with the amount of money that we raised. And so at halftime, we'll be presenting a check to the school. Recently, we also went to a health and safety fair in Evergreen. On every Wednesday, we help the school with crossing guard because they're short on crossing guards. Recently and regularly, I appear on the GOAT just to talk about some updates for the community of what's going on in the sheriff's office. We had a meeting at York Gulch on September 7th, which I appeared at. Our staff assisted on National Night Out on August 6th in Empire, which was great. And then we have two events coming forward, October 25th. In Georgetown, there's a trunk or treat, which we'll be participating in, and in Idaho Springs, October 31st, a trunk or treat. So that's it in a nutshell on what we've been working on.
Cool. Thank you. Annie, I see that you've been writing things down.
There were just some questions on a couple things and they're not challenging questions, trust me.
That's okay.
So you mentioned the Highway 103 that you had put more attention up there, but it's too draining to be able to keep up with.
We do our best. We have been trying to, we get up there and then there's a call on the freeway. And so everything's compounding, right? Because State Patrol is so short-staffed up here as well. And so, we are certainly a lot closer than they are in Golden. And so we may be responding or we may be sitting on traffic or running traffic enforcement off 103 and then have to be called back to the freeway.
Okay, and really it was just what I was wondering was what's been your effectiveness, your feeling that, have you been able to really write any citations up there? Because I know what's maddening for the residents up there, the 100-mile-an-hour motorcycle traffic and stuff like that. And it feels like it's happening every second. Actually doesn't happen every second. So when you get up there, you can sit for a while and see nothing and then leave. And then of course you get a call about motorcycles 5 minutes later. So how effective have you been? How many citations have you been able to write during that activity period? Just roughly.
I think I do have a number here. No, actually I don't. I only have the parking tickets. I don't have the speed enforcement.
Well, that was one of my other questions. What was the number of parking tickets?
So it's roughly 4 tickets a week is what we're
Okay. Where were those generally?
I don't know.
Okay.
All right. But I think, what we're trying to do is be more strategic moving forward, right? We haven't been very strategic. We haven't been very forward thinking about, okay, it's a really busy holiday weekend. We are going to take resources and put them over here. And so that's some of the things that I'm trying to get our patrol division to think about is, okay, if we know it's a holiday weekend, we know it's a nice weather, that we are going to have to proactively mobilize our resources ahead of time and not just respond, but be proactive to it as well. And we are in a better position with patrol and staffing than we have been in the past. So I expect that we're going to be more proactive in those areas.
Yeah, I just meant types of areas and that was all. So,
And I just want to ask, while we're still talking about 103 before you change the subject.
yeah, go ahead.
Is it clear to your deputies? Well, what is your policy and is your policy clear to your deputies? Are you giving warnings or writing tickets when you see egregious speeding?
We should be writing tickets.
Writing tickets.
We should be writing tickets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people should just know that they could kill somebody if they're.
There was a situation where a warning was given and we weren't happy that a warning was given and a citation should have been given.
Thank you. And just one other quick comment. That is a state highway. And if state patrol like us is struggling to get humans up there, maybe they want to participate in our program. That might be.
No, and there's a new state patrol captain coming in shortly. And that's something that a conversation we'll have with them.
So awesome. And that's all for me. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, and what was the other thing I had down here? I think it'd be good if you could share, have it spoken in here too. One of the really interesting and good pieces of information that you gave was about budget reductions in the sheriff's office and what you've been able to achieve. And I think the comment at the Emerge meeting was that some period of time, maybe a year ago, or I think it was last year, the sheriff's office was $600,000 underwater in the red in terms of expenses in the budget, and that due to reductions, you were now 200,000 in the black, so you'd saved $800,000. And I think that's good information for the general public to have as well as the folks that Emerge. And so if you wanted to share, that win and maybe
Yeah, I think,
elucidate on it a little bit, that'd be good.
and I mean, anecdotally, right? I think the majority of savings have to do with vacancy savings, some savings dealing with also not having Jeff Comp. But I think right now, when we look at where we were at this time this year versus last year, we're $900,000 under or where we were at the end of September last year versus this year. There's a lot of, but instead of most of it is vacancy savings. But the diligence that we put into trying to save money, to reduce positions, to reduce contracts, to put people in the right places, to save on maintenance costs, to save on fuel, to save on different things. Also, and not pardon the phrase, but not spend like drunk sailors, right? We treat the budget, right? We treat the budget like it's our own budget, like it's our own checkbook.
Mhm.
And so it's not like, okay, we have this flush cash, and so we're going to spend $30,000 on this vehicle or $40,000 on that vehicle. We're like, no, we're looking, we're projecting, we're seeing where we're at. We're like, okay, you know what? Maybe this needs to wait until next year. For example, we have, we purchased 5 vehicles, but we only outfitted 4, right? Meaning, one of the vehicles that we purchased is not going to have the full equipment, the lights and sirens, because we weren't sure if we were going to be able to budget that. And so we pushed that out to 2025. If we're able to push it into 24, we will. And so those are things that we're just being really, really smart the way we're looking at spending money and projecting it long term. And so a lot of it has to do with vacancy savings, but a good part of it has to do with being just really diligent in how we view our budget.
Well, thanks. That elicited such a strong response of approval from the public at the Emerge meeting. I wanted the whole county to have the opportunity to hear that news, since it's something they like hearing.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I want to thank you for your conscientious approach to spending. It's really nice to hear, and I'd like to kind of pile on what Randy had to share. And when you feel comfortable that you have something to celebrate, I'd really ask you to do it. Because it is great work. It was hard work, and you should be your whole team should be recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Right. It's, we have an all hands on deck approach, right? When we're doing our budget, right? Seth owns our budget and each division has a say in what I don't think it was like that before. It was, and so having more ownership, just more transparency. And so, but I appreciate the comments, and it's kind of, it's hard for us because, we're all kind of new in these positions. We don't know how things were done in the past. Essentially, we're just, in some ways we're trying to make it up as we go along. because we don't know where the bodies are buried or how the spending was in the past. We're just trying to be just good stewards
Yeah.
and spend money wisely and, make the cuts where we need, but also, with, Brian and his team basically say, okay, we could cut here, but we really need this. We do really need this position. We really need this technology to move us forward. And that's just how we're trying to approach it, but I appreciate the comments.
And I would definitely support moving towards some redacting software. Before you even mentioned you were considering it, I wrote down software ? And I don't know what the legal requirements are, but I'm curious if there might be a third-party provider that could do that work for you on a contract basis.
I mean, we're certainly looking at all, all contracts. Like I had said, it's, sometimes a bill comes in and you're like, we just pay it. I'm like, well, why are we paying it? Can we get it cheaper somewhere else? Do we really need it? Or, a lot of times what we'll see is we have a contract and then, but we have a contract over here. So the services are duplicative. So we're actually paying for it over here and we're paying for it over here. And so we're trying to, do away with some of that stuff. Yeah.
Thanks for your time today. George?
Just, you guys hit most of what I wanted to comment on. Just quickly, really happy to hear that you're talking about a modern wellness program. You're probably aware that we run a wellness program that I think your staff has access to. And I don't mean to say that I don't think there's a need. What first responders go through is different than what our administrative staff goes through. And there's more support, I believe, required. It's something we've been missing forever. And how we deal with our first responder staff, I think we're responsible for them for protecting their mental health. So I just want to encourage you as you go down that path to be careful about duplicating what we have. I think we have some really good tools. And like I'll always support being additive. And lastly, really excited you found some money to support the Booster Club. They're doing great work. And it's always great to see you add to that.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you for coming.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Again, is he on?
Keep looking, no.
Okay, let's go to our communications update and then we're gonna skip the consent agenda and go right to item number 6 with the library district.
All right, I've started doing this so people can see me. But yeah, just some quick communications updates. As I'm sure a lot of you know, rock blasting is, I think it was supposed to start Monday, but it is now starting tomorrow, I believe, for Floyd Hill. If you haven't already, sign up for text alerts for Floyd Hill construction by texting Floyd Hill, all one word, all lowercase, to 21000. And I'm actually signed up for that and I get really good alerts pretty much every day. So just do that if you ever think about driving around Floyd Hill. Another thing is public health now has flu and COVID vaccines. So for the flu season coming up, go ahead and get vaccinated before maybe going trick or treating. I know you're going to be exposed to a lot of people, but you can go and get that done at the Health and Wellness Center. You can make an appointment online if you're interested, or you can just call them. Another thing, I just wanted to do a quick shout out. I know you're going to hear from Clear Creek EMS here pretty soon, but I have another shout out to them. So their paramedic, Zachary Honig, he just got the St. Anthony's Pre-Hospital Provider of the Year Award for excellence in trauma care, which is amazing. And along with some other paramedics, they got a group award as well. So congrats to them. They're doing great work over there and saving a lot of people. So yeah, if you see Clear Creek EMS, tell them congrats.
Congrats.
Thank you.
See them.
They're right there. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're just gonna go out of order here.
Mhm.
We're gonna consider approval of endorsement of the Clear Creek Library District ballot measure 6A in support of Clear Creek County libraries. We have here Libby Kaplan with the library district and Chris Gould who is with the Yes on 6A campaign. I think I'll just open it up with an offer for if you guys have anything you'd like to say.
Yeah, I'll say just a few
Yeah.
brief things.
as I've sat here listening to all the commentary, whether it's from Sheriff Harris, you, Randy, talking about the opioid issues that we're dealing with across the country, but in our county. One of the things that really struck me is that the library is one of those resources that is so foundational for our community, for any community, but for our community. And I say that as a principal, former principal in the county, how important it is for our youth. But the great thing about our libraries is that equity piece. It's not just for kids, for students. It helps all ages. And as more of those needs have grown in our county, it's the library district under the direction of Libby has brought in more resources for our residents, whether it's as simple as an Instant Pot to be able to do some cooking or a parks pass to be able to go visit state parks to afford that. So that's my first just quick plug is the fact that this is about equity and resources that are always so challenged. The second piece that's been talked about is budgetary. Libby has cut and cut and cut with her staff to the point where we can't cut anymore without cutting programming. And that's why we are at the point of coming to the voters asking for a 1 mil increase. First increase in 20 years brings us from 2 mils to 3 mils. So 53 cents per $100,000 per month on your market value on your house. So $24, $400,000 house, that's the increase. One of the things Sheriff Harris said that struck me was that he mentioned that so many of the things that his office provides, those things are not directly for the residents of this county. And I really want to emphasize in a time when people are not excited about paying more taxes, this 6A is Clear Creek for Clear Creek. This is money that Clear Creek residents will put forward that benefits directly their neighbors and themselves, Clear Creek County. Non-residents don't take advantage of all the great opportunities in the library. This is reserved for our people. And so with that said, I'll stop because we have lots more information on our website. Yes, clearcreeklibraries.com. People can go check out more information there. But I want to say thank you to the Board of County Commissioners for agreeing to consider this endorsement. We've gotten endorsement from a few of our municipalities, and we feel that that's an important part of the partnership that we have. So thank you for considering that very much.
I'll start by saying you're welcome. Glad to have you here. Do we have any questions for them, or should we jump right into sharing our opinions and seeing if we agree?
I have no questions.
Go ahead.
Oh, Mitch just said he doesn't have any questions.
I don't either. I could make a motion.
Me neither. Well then, who wants to start with their opinion?
Well, I wholeheartedly support increasing funding for the library district. It's an integral part of the growth and safety of our citizens. And thank you for committing yourself to the library district. And I hope you guys are successful.
Since I'm a man of few words, I'll simply say, and it should say everything I need to, that I move that we endorse the Clear Creek Library District Ballot Measure 6A.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to open it up for discussion. I'll try to be similarly brief. I get a little bit long-winded when talking about the library because I love your services so much. I've used them as a child. I've used them as an adult. They've supported me after school. They supported me in college when I needed a place to be able to focus. And I know you're supporting people today. I'm impressed with what I've seen out of the library district over the last 5 years or so. There's nothing like a good fiscal crisis to crystallize the value of an organization and we've really seen you in this fiscal crisis level up. And so I'm really impressed to see that. I think you all are doing a great job. And I think this is one of the best investments we can make in our community. So I absolutely intend to vote yes on this and vote yes on this motion. So let's hold the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks. Good seeing you. Thanks.
Okay, let's get back in order. We're going to go to the consent agenda.
I think I got all.
Does anybody, before I read it, does anybody want to pull anything from the consent agenda?
No.
No. No, I will go ahead and read it. We have item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B, consideration of approval of 2021 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes for May 25th, June 1st, 3rd, 4th, and November 2nd. Consideration of approval of 2022 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes, February 9th, 18th, 22nd, March 24th, April 4th, and 22nd, May 3rd, June 14th, and 21st, July 12th, November 15th, and 16th, 2022. Consideration of approval, item D, consideration of approval of 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes, April 2nd, September 17th, and 24th. Item E, consideration of approval of resolution number 24-68, resolution to appoint a member to the Clear Creek County Planning Commission. Item F, consideration of approval of resolution number 24-69 to appoint members to the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau Board of Directors. I welcome a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I just got through signing a really large book with a pile of meeting minutes, some of which were incredibly long from 2019 and 20. And what I was taken with as I was signing them was because of the intensity of the discussions during that period and the unbelievable number of meetings that we had during that period. I was just thinking about how much work it was to even stay up with it for Beth Luther during that time, and how much work it was for her to catch up. And I really want to say this is a compliment to what she did to help hold this place together when we were buried during that time. And she did. And I think she did it successfully, and she's catching up now. And the reason I want to say that is because of the aspersions that were cast on the county and on our staff recently, either the county's honesty and integrity and transparency or on the staff itself, by virtue of these accusations that there was something sinister about the fact that we were just now approving all these. And I just want to say it. I don't want to say that out loud. And I want to say out loud how appreciative I am of Beth Luther for all the work she did. There was so much work that all I had to do, that all I was doing was signing my name at the bottom of multiple pages of detail about COVID-19 and everything else. It's a ton of work, and I appreciate what you've done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't regret our decision to ask Beth to focus on making sure we were making good decisions. People knew about the decisions. Money was in people's hands when they needed to be able to stay in their homes or businesses needed to be able to open. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I just want to highlight a couple of appointments here. Really grateful to Cody Bear for joining the Clear Creek Tourism Bureau Board of Directors. I thought that interview went really well. I look forward to her service. And there's another appointment here. And I apologize, give me just a moment. Let me see if I can, how much time I can waste scrolling around. Yes, Richard Dana applied for the Planning Commission. I also thought his interview went really well, and I'm grateful to him for his voluntary service to the people of Clear Creek. That's all for me. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Before I jump into the next item, I know we have an executive session that we want to not do at the end of the meeting. Can staff give me a sense of which items in this action set, which of these action sessions we have staff or people here waiting for?
That one executive session won't be able to happen until at least noon.
Number one, they're here.
Are there any that can wait, that only involve people that are stuck here anyway?
I think item two can wait.
Yep.
Um,
I'll be doing item 2.
Okay.
3 and 4, they're here, ready to go.
Okay, then we may move, we're gonna do item 2 last. Let's jump into item 1, consideration of approval of resolution number 24-70. This is a proclamation to declare October 2024 as Sudden Cardiac Arrest Awareness Month in Clear Creek County, Colorado.
I know you'd like to read.
Oh, I was just gonna do that, Beth. You beat me to it.
Oh, I knew I should have cleared my throat this morning.
We're gonna do a presenter's choice here. We have our wonderful EMS staff. Cynthia here, congratulations on your awards. Would you like to describe what you're doing here and what this resolution is about before it's read or after? Yeah, after? Okay. We have the most excellent reading voice in the state of Colorado right here. Randy, would you please read that resolution for us?
You have noticed that people by yard signs use hyperbole occasionally. But thank you for the compliment. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome. I was only talking about the county commissioners.
Among the 3 county commissioners here, the one who might, anyway. So I'd like to read resolution 24-70, proclamation to declare October 2024 as Sudden Cardiac Arrest Awareness Month in Clear Creek County. Whereas sudden cardiac arrest is the leading cause of death in the United States, and whereas sudden cardiac arrest takes the lives of more than 325,000 people in the United States each year, according to the National Institute of Health. And whereas since 2020, Clear Creek County has led 62 out of
They've had 62 out of hospital.
has had 62 out of hospital sudden cardiac arrest events. And whereas anyone can experience sudden cardiac arrest, including infants, high school athletes, and people in their 30s and 40s who have no sign of heart disease. Whereas to have a chance of surviving an attack, the American Heart Association states that victims of sudden cardiac arrest must receive a life-saving defibrillation within the first 4 to 6 minutes of an attack and CPR immediately. Whereas life-saving treatments for sudden cardiac arrest are effective if administered in time. And whereas there is a need for comprehensive educational efforts designed to increase awareness of sudden cardiac arrest and related therapies among medical professionals and the greater public to promote early detection and proper treatment of this disease or a cardiac event to improve quality of life. Whereas Clear Creek County Public Health offers free blood pressure, cholesterol, AIC, A1C, and other preventative care to help curb the occurrence of sudden cardiac arrests in the community. And whereas Clear Creek Emergency Medical Services recognizes the importance of bystanders in a cardiac arrest event and strives to spread awareness on and education on how to respond if one occurs. And whereas knowing where and how to use an automatic external defibrillator, an AED, is critical in a sudden cardiac arrest. And whereas Clear Creek EMS requires all of its paramedics to become critical care endorsed within 1 year of being hired to increase chances of survival for patients. And whereas 4 years ago, Clear Creek EMS implemented a targeted cardiac arrest training program with the goal of increasing survival with good neurological outcomes. This includes operational changes, AED distribution and training, community CPR training, internal quality assurance, and interagency collaboration with Clear Creek Fire Authority and Clear Creek County Law Enforcement. Whereas for the past 4 years, Clear Creek EMS has consistently achieved higher rates of survival, 24%, and survival with positive neurological outcomes on cardiac arrest events when compared to the state of Colorado, which is at 10%. So that's 240% better. And the United States as a whole, 8%, which is 300% better than the US as a whole. I ad-libbed a little of that. Now, therefore, be it resolved The Board of County Commissioners for Clear Creek County do hereby proclaim the month of October as National Sudden Cardiac Arrest Awareness Month, along with the Sudden Cardiac Arrest Association and the Center for Disease Control. The county commissioners wish to express appreciation and gratitude for first responders, healthcare workers, and bystanders of Clear Creek County who work and have worked to save lives of those affected by sudden cardiac arrest to achieve the best possible outcomes for the community. Now, therefore, be it further resolved, the Clear Creek County Commissioners call upon Clear Creek County residents to recognize, honor, and give thanks to those amazing professionals and residents for their service through the great work that they do to assist those in need. Adopted this first day of October 2024 at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners. Can I just add something really quickly? Do you mind?
No.
When I did one of my ride-arounds, and it's been a while with EMS, it's been a few years, and this is prior to the greatest success. And when these statistics come in, I just have to say that being along on one of those where somebody was down, blue, not breathing, no life signs, looked like they were gone, and observing and assisting. And it was important because whenever county commissioners go on ride-alongs, there are no calls that come in. You just ride around and wait for calls that never come. And it was a moving experience to be with these people as they brought this person back on the sidewalk, got them down to the emergency room, kept them alive to the emergency room. And in the emergency room, the paramedic that was leading that team was then used to intubate the person in the emergency room. The doctor stood by and let that person do it because they thought they were the best at it. So it's kind of a big deal to understand the value of the people that we have here doing MS in this county. It was incredible for me to see that happen, see the respect that our crews had.
Awesome. Thank you. EMS staff, what do you have to say?
Sure. I think really the largest intention here is want to recognize all the people that like go into making things like this happen, right? Of course, like our staff work really, really hard, right? We train consistently with the fire department, distribute all these AEDs, and we do regular trainings with law enforcement as well, right? For sudden cardiac arrest. But the community has a huge role to play in this. You know, most cardiac arrests occur at home. Many of these occur publicly, right? And what happens before we get there is more important than what happens when we get there, right? We talk about the need for immediate cardiac resuscitation, right? Getting an AED when you can within that first 4 to 8 minutes. That's more important than anything we'll do when we get there, right? We're doing our part, of course. But so important for us to recognize like the awesome things our community has done to make all these saves happen, right? Because CPR's happening before we get there, right? People are taking care of each other, taking care of the community. And we want to be dedicated to making sure that we're providing the education and the leadership to our community to keep taking care of each other. So I think that's really our intention here today.
Thank you. Anything to add?
No, I really appreciate all the work. I do have a question on maintenance and battery changes in AEDs. How's it handled?
We have a master list of all the AEDs in the community. And we actually distributed AEDs many years ago before Clark and I were here. And so we've obtained that master list. And so we're going back and finding those AEDs. But a couple of years ago, we distributed 40 new ones. And so we're tracking when those pads expire, when those batteries expire. And Clark and I will most likely be the two guys that are going out and replacing those. They're still good. And wherever they're at, the people in those facilities know where they're located and how to use them. I have actually 2 AEDs in my office that I have to take over to Carlson Elementary today, so that they can have 3 throughout that building. So we're tracking that and making sure that they're good to go if needed.
Thank you.
Can I piggyback up of that? So if you head to our website, we actually have a map of all of the AEDs in Clear Creek County. It's under EMS's webpage. And then you can also download the Pulse Point app. There's 2. If you get the yellow one, that also has a map of where all the AEDs are in Clear Creek County. And we're going to do a scavenger hunt in honor of this month. So we're basically encouraging people to look at those maps and go familiarize themselves with the AEDs around here And if they find an AED that's not on the map, if they take a selfie with it and send it to me, this is all gonna be, I'm gonna get this out there today, I promise. If they take a selfie with it and send it to me, they get this cool little coin that says Heart Saver from Clear Creek EMS. And this is going on all month. So if you guys do that, if you're listening in the county, please do that. Just familiarize yourself and you could get a cool coin. And then also, EMS is going with other first responders. We're going to be hosting basically a mass CPR training event. This is going to take place on October 26th, which is a Saturday. So as many people can come as they want, and we're going to try and train as many people. You won't get certified, but you will basically get everything but the certification, because that bystander and that person there is so important. So that'll be taking place at the,
Rec center.
thank you. Oh my gosh, at the rec center in the afternoon of October 26th. So I'll get that information out there as well.
And we can talk about details all day long, but Megan mentioned the Pulse Point app, which you can find the link to that on our website, which shows all of the AEDs in the county, like she said. And Clark's been working with JeffCom to have access to our Pulse Point app too. So if somebody calls and says somebody's in cardiac arrest, immediately JeffCom can tell them your nearest AED is right here. Send someone to go get it now, which hopefully will make these numbers even better.
Okay. Thank you. This is crucial work, and I mean, your success is amazingly impressive, and you've warned me that you're not going to be able to save half of the cardiac arrest lives moving forward. That's a out of this world number. We should celebrate it nonetheless. There's a couple years ago that you guys were talking about what you were doing to improve, to really focus and improve how you deal with cardiac arrest, and how Clear Creek EMS and the fire authority work together. And the results are stunning. They're just stunning. So thank you guys. You're truly excellent. Thank you. I'm really proud of you.
Yeah, I want to echo that one more time. My comments a minute ago aren't trying to ignore the fact that there's a lot more in this resolution, early intervention, bystanders helping and all that stuff. It was just to understand, because about 6 months after that happened, I got a call from the guy's son telling me his dad was doing well. It's a good neurological outcome. And he felt like his dad died, and, you guys gave him back. And so whether it happened under Brian's watch a few years ago, or whether it happened more recently after these additional improvements, I'm just really proud of the work that you guys have done too, because it makes it, when you hear that, when you get that phone call, and I hope you get those phone calls too, it makes a big difference. You make a big difference in somebody's life, and a whole lot of people's lives that are surrounding that person that you pull out of it.
And just lastly, while you were talking, Megan, I Googled Clear Creek County AED map. If you're like me and you prefer to navigate websites via Google searches, which I always recommend regardless of the website, but especially a big government website that has too much going on.
Hey, no, I'm just kidding.
County governments have a lot going on. I encourage you, you can always find things on our website through Google. I Googled Clear Creek County AED map, and the first thing was a link to that page on our website. And that's all. So I would welcome a motion at this point.
So I move we approve resolution 20-70, proclamation to declare October 24 as Sudden Cardiac Arrest Awareness Month in Clear Creek County.
I'd like to second that.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Declared or claim to declare. Congratulations.
Thanks. Thanks, guys.
How's that thing I mentioned about that?
We'll get you a
morning
fancy
exec
snack.
session? What happened is so we
Yes.
get to it, and the other people, then we can have it. So
We're gonna do a quick bio break. We'll be back around 9:50. That gives us 6 minutes. One quick check, is Josh Walker present?
Let me, sorry, I've got the, but I don't see Josh Walker yet.
Okay.
And we are getting to 10 o'clock, which I think is when it makes sense.
Thanks, Michelle. Okay, well, we'll catch him.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll be back.
Okay.
We are back. Thank to everybody for waiting. Next on the agenda, we're going to go to item number 3. Consideration approval of reimbursement to the town of Empire for repaving a portion of the Clear Creek County portion of North Empire Road. We have Clay Streepy and Carl Shell from our Public Works. Why don't you guys take it away?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, good morning. This is a pretty straightforward repaving project that is approximately 1,000 feet. That's just on the northern boundary of the town of Empire. And it's a portion of county road that we refer to as North Empire Road within the town limits. It's called North Main. And just really an extension of the town streets there extends into unincorporated county. This is a road we performed last, overall pavement analysis of all the paved roads in Clear Creek County several years ago. It was, I believe in 2020 when we did that last analysis. And at that time, through our consultant's analysis there, this North Empire Road was the worst condition of any of our paved roads. And we could see that, just through observation as well. This road had deteriorated beyond a point where it was really even be able to be considered a paved road. And it's something that the town of Empire has requested that the county repave this portion of road. There's been, the residents that live in unincorporated county there. We've got, some feedback from them that they would like to see that surface condition improved a bit there. And it's something that that the Road and Bridge Department had not prioritized, just really in part because it doesn't serve a whole lot of county residents and leads into an unpaved kind of road system for some additional county roads as well as US Forest Service roads, and kind of leads to some hunting grounds and other recreational areas, and just hadn't been prioritized for us. The town of Empire was going through a grant program to replace all of their many of their water lines within the town boundaries there. And as part of that, they had to dig up all their streets, and through this large water line replacement project that they're going through, it necessitated that they resurface all their streets because they're digging up all of these streets. And so they brought in along with their contractor, Bear Excavating, they brought in a paving contractor that was doing all the repaving work within the town boundaries. And the town administration came to us, county staff here, and said, hey, we're doing this big project. We have these pavers that are coming in town. This is a great opportunity to add pavement and replace the road surface for this small section that provides some benefits to them. It does access, leads to the access up to the water tank that serves the town there. And as I said, several of our unincorporated Clear Creek County residents. And they brought this proposal to us. Their excavator looked at it and provided us a cost quote for it. Carl and I went and met with the town administration, and along with their contractor, Bear Excavating, and their engineer for the project. We talked about what the proposal included as far as the work that would be done. Essentially is just the removal of the existing surface there and disposal of that, and replacing it with a new 4-inch asphalt pavement mat. And again, it's approximately 1,000 feet, would tie directly into the town boundary there and tie into the two new pavement surfaces within the town. Met with them, and reviewed the kind of process. Some of the concerns associated with it was because the road as it enters into the county becomes pretty narrow at one point, required a closure, a daytime closure for the road that occurred last Thursday and again yesterday for them to pave this portion just because of the width of the paver. They couldn't really allow traffic through there as they were paving through there because the road, I think, narrowed down to something like 15, 16 feet to that section. So that has been a challenge for us when we looked at, potentially doing some improvement projects there, but, because they had, all the resources there already in place, they had these contractors already mobilized in, all the traffic control, companies, set up and ready to do this. They, took on the burden of administrating the work for this project. We verified that, the work they were doing meets county standards and, agreed with the process and what they want to do. And they, have handled all of the public communication, notifying our residents, about the closures and our emergency services and, first responders of this closure that occurred. And through that, we did a limited analysis on the cost of this, just comparing it to some other similar projects where we've done a removal and replacement or other kind of full reconstruction of a road surface there. And this was performed at a cost that well below what we've paid in the past and we're paying for similar projects currently. And so there was a big benefit for us to just go ahead and take them up on their offer to get this section of road repaid for us. So at this point, we wanted to come to the Board of County Commissioners and just really ask for your support and the approval of this agreement to reimburse the town for the cost of this. Total cost is not to exceed $130,000. This was based on the quote from Bear Excavating, the contractor that's doing the rest of the work there, and based on a unit cost for the amount of road that's anticipated there. There may be some area for when we're billed for that and when we actually calculate how much work was done there, that there may be a little bit of savings, but in any case, the agreement is not to exceed the total cost of $130,000. And I think that's the highlight. I think it's important to note that that this was important enough to the town that they were willing to move forward with this, with the understanding, that if our leadership did not agree to reimburse the town there, that they were going to do it at their own cost and would have to pay for this themselves, because the work has been done and we haven't, had approval to reimburse them at this point. But staff is supportive of this request. It took a lot of burden off of us to have this, administered by the town and their consultants and contractors there. And I guess anything else that you'd like to add in there, Carl?
I think just a little bit about the process and the project itself. The feedback we got from the residents has been really positive. I know there was some congestion over the weekend with the road cuts on US 40 and whatnot. Randy's a block off the pavement, so he probably witnessed quite a bit of truck traffic and dust at your house, but
Well, they can't drive all those gigantic track vehicles on the new pavement. So it's good because we're getting a lot of the dust shaken down off the ledges and the stuff up there. In the morning, we wake up, they start about 7 o'clock and the entire house, you'll hear this. Yeah, look out, you see this huge, gigantic track hoe coming up the road and the whole house just kind of goes like this.
most, those were all used for the water line work and that was the
Yeah.
most important thing for the town. But I think the project went smooth. They were really communicating pretty well with us. And it is, it's a primary snow route for our maintenance too. So it's going to be really helpful for our, that Empire route that we've got to get up North Empire. Cause that road was so busted up. It was quite a challenge.
It was actually the road surface, once you got to the dirt, was a lot nicer than the road surface on the.
Yeah, it really
The road
was.
surface on the pavement was so bad, it was
You know.
tough to walk even.
Yeah, and I did visit the site Thursday afternoon, just on that note, and there's a couple of unincorporated Clear County residents walking up the road with their dog, and they were just ecstatic. We just had the top lift of pavement in at that time, and they were thrilled about it. They thought we were done with that, and we're like, well, no, we're gonna come and finish it off. And we're like, are you gonna tie in the driveway a little bit? Yeah, we'll do that. They're like, we don't care, it's just like that. So they were just thrilled with it. They did raise the concern. We have that concern too, with this new surface on the road there, it will lend itself to higher speeds. So we'll just have to be aware of that. Something that we're aware of, and residents there have, it's a double-edged sword, when you have a rough road like that, it slows people down. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if there's anything, that we can do from the road and bridge side anyway to help kind of control speeds there as well.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Nope.
I have some comments, but they can be held for discussion or they can happen now either way. Just a couple of questions, comments.
I have a couple of questions, but if you've got questions, go ahead.
Well, the main thing that's come, first of all, I've driven it, I've walked it. In the condition it's in right now, of course, there's some finished work to do on it. And I couldn't tell if it's going to get another topping or overlay or anything like that. If there was a one more coat, but it didn't look like it to me. It looks like it's in good shape, other than the edges and the tie-ins and stuff like that. Most of the residents that I talked to up there before it happened were actually concerned and they want the road repaired. They didn't want to have to bust their axles, but they didn't want it repaired until somebody, mostly in the town though, had a plan for traffic calming because the speeding there is pretty awful before the job is done. Now, as I drove it and looked at it the other day and experienced it, there's not enough traffic right now that we're into hunting season to really tell what it's going to be like when there's more recreational traffic going up there as there was earlier. And two things occurred to me now that it actually looks like it looks like civilization. It doesn't look like you're lost in the jungle somewhere, you know. People might have a little more of a reaction to treat it a little more like a neighborhood instead of a backcountry motorsports experience. So maybe but there's no doubt that people are going to drive faster because it feels a lot slower when you're doing it. And they were already driving 30 and a 15. And there's kids and dogs and everything out there. And so we've talked with the town, some of us have communicated with the town about traffic calming, not speed bumps, but speed rollers that are matched to the actual speed limit on the thing that can be done. They've told us that pretty much that they are not intending to do that. They want to initiate a study about what to do now that once it's finished to do traffic calming up there. We were hoping it would have happened within the construction contract itself. So there may be work that we could do in the county portion of that paved area through the homes still that we might want to talk about in the future as we see how the town's response to the town portion shakes out. They were citing the problem is you can't just put speed bumps anywhere, you know, and stuff like that, and saying that there were drainage issues. That's what we've heard pretty much consistently up till now. That might change with some design. It's pretty clear that speed bumps can go in for places that are sloped as long as they're designed properly. And I just wanted to flag that as something we might look at as a future addition up there. If there's some things we can do, whether it's paint on the pavement that says what the speed, you know, something that really grabs their attention going up there, because we have a fear that we're going to see instead of 35 to 40, you know, 55 people coming down through there at times on the pavement now. We won't know till it shakes out and see what the figure is. But I just want to flag.
Thank you. And it's a very good comment. And again, we were kind of aware of that concern. And I think it lends itself to a good opportunity for us to get up and collect some information on it.
Right.
We've got some traffic counters and speed data counters that we can put out there and do a study on it just for a couple weeks. And and try to catch a heavier use time and maybe see what the speeds actually look like there.
And it might be it's probably, winter's coming. It'll be late spring, early summer again before we're really going to see the kind of behavior that we typically witness throughout the summer months. But it's not going to be quite as bad the rest of the year now. So you may not get the data we collect now may not be as informative as what we'll get once it starts heating up next May or something like that.
I mean, my very brief opinion is that we have the data we need to know that when road surfaces are smooth, people drive really fast and dangerously on them. And I would reiterate a desire to see,
Sooner than later.
let's not wait on data. Let's start to think about what traffic calming options are out there on these roads, and North Empire included, and start to develop a policy approach to that.
Well, sooner than on North Empire Road, now that we just paved it, let me see that. I vastly prefer to follow a route that says we can use common sense and do some things here that make sense without waiting a year to collect data too. I'm just presuming that that's the path That's how we've dealt with, for example, North Empire Road every year so far when I brought it up. So yeah, I'd really like to move into some action on it. And if we can come to the conclusion that we don't need to collect data, we've already seen the speeding when it was rough, and maybe we can think of some stuff to do now.
Okay, anything else? No. I just have one quick question for you, Peter. If this was our contract, we would have to follow our purchasing policy because it's a reimbursement. You're good with this process?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you guys for getting this done.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thanks
it's a
to the
great
county.
job too. It really looks and drives nice. So I appreciate the opportunity to contribute to the work that was done. That actually the town managed and got done. So.
And lastly, just thanks to the town of Empire for taking the lead here. I know we have this unresolved issue about whose responsibility it is to maintain that road within their town. I'm glad to see them embracing taking action. So that's all for me. I'd welcome the motion.
I move we approve the reimbursement to the town of Empire, not to exceed $130,000. Is that correct?
$130,240.
Okay. I move that we approve the reimbursement of that amount to the town of Empire for the repaving of North Empire Road.
I second that.
Okay, motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye. I was gonna say, and something I forgot to say a little bit ago that I wrote down here is that as far as the cost goes, we were looking at how to rehab that road and the cost, what the cost of the paving was gonna be. And Paul and I talked about that quite a bit, about 3 years ago, I think. And even back then, we were estimating that to do the whole job was about between $1 million and $1.5 million was our rough guess. And so our 25% of the total area that needed to be done would have been somewhere around $300,000. So this seems like a screaming deal to me.
Really is. The town came to us several years ago with a proposal at that point that was closer to that number. That we weren't able to, because of the timing and the concerns about cost, we weren't able to support
Right.
at that time. So yeah, this was a lot more appealing to us and looks like it was a really good decision for us to be able to partner with the town and make this happen.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Let's move. We have Stacy Canada listed here. Stacy, are you?
Stacy's been
You're
joining
switching
him.
out with Stoy, okay. We're gonna take up item number 4, consideration of approval of RC 24-03 steep slope improvements for Fall River Road construction contract with access. Action. Stacy, the floor is yours.
Good morning. So this project, as you just described, is steep slope improvements for Fall River Road. It's about a 500-foot stretch that's between Rainbow Road and Cumberland Gulch. And it just historically, well, it's a steep slope. It approaches a 1-to-1 grade, goes up to be about 30 to 40 feet high. And historically has just been a continuous maintenance and poses hazards for road safety. We've had like a 4 or 5 foot diameter boulder slide down.
Oh, yeah, many times.
So it's been on a radar. And this project, the contractor has indicated that they're looking to mobilize pretty quickly, the week of October 15th. It probably lasts like a week, maybe 2 weeks. The design engineer Roxel has implemented very clear traffic control where we're going to keep one lane open for most of it, but there will be up to a 20-minute delay when they're feeling like they need to not have any drivers going by there. There's also rockfall containment, temporary rockfall containment to catch any rogue boulders while they're doing their services. And there's going to be no blasting or anything like that. It's all, I believe it's gonna be mostly mechanical scaling, perhaps a little hand scaling as needed. So, yeah, I think that's about all I have initially to tell you, unless you have any questions.
Board questions?
I'm curious, how long does the scaling last? When does someone have to go back and do it again?
Mm-hmm.
So, typically, from what I've gathered, our road and bridge maintenance is going out there at least once a year, would you say?
We have to do rock removal from the roadway and the ditchway more often than that.
So, sorry, go ahead.
I think, well, with this process, we looked at a couple of different options with retaining walls, with steel fencing.
Mhm.
You see on some of the bigger mountains. We don't have quite the height with only being a 30-foot area to come down. But, just, I actually lived up there for several decades, and over the years of the travel that my wife and family did on the roadway, clearing rocks all the time. So we're hoping to be able to set up this where we can put that off for several years anyway, and or get a maintenance schedule where we know we can go in, whether we put some kind of device on the road edge. I don't think it's in the design plan right now, but this should really change the aspect of how much road comes down on that.
We had Roxel prepare a memo for conceptual design starting out, and they offered up the options that Carlos described. And really what got out of that was rock sealing was the number one option. And this isn't our only area that has this issue. And so the plan is, after this is completed for this particular stretch, we're gonna have a drone imagery taken and start to annually, at the very least, record changes in erosion. And that really is helpful in indicating what's the best solution permanently, because anything past rock scaling is pretty significant infrastructure and will add to our long-term maintenance costs of trying to maintain like a retaining wall or barriers. The plan is to get a historical documentation of our erosion.
I love to hear that. Other questions?
I'd like to share, I really liked the sentence in the memo that shared that they specialize in rockfall mitigation, because I was looking at the number and saying, are we really selecting someone that's half the cost of the highest bidder? Does this make sense? So it was really nice to see that sentence, that it's the business they're in. So thanks for doing that.
They just finished they had a really high endorsement from CDOT, finishing a project for them just recently, so.
My only question is, what is our public information plan? Make sure that people know about these closures.
On a more localized, we want to use our VMS, our messaging boards, we need to get them out there pretty quick, because I just found out yesterday that contractor wants to mobilize on October 15th. But to try to give as much notice as possible, we're very open to putting something on our website to also, get that out there for the residents. I'm sure it's not going to be fun if they get caught in that 20-minute window, but it's definitely worth it. So we just want to make sure that messaging is clear, that this is something that is important. But yeah.
Yeah, and we've reached out to the school district, because that is the lower half of Ramble Road, or Fall River Road, sorry, is part of the bus routes for the school district.
And there are three organizations out there, right? There's a Metro Board, there's a Metro District, a Water Board, and a Property Owners Association. Pretty robust. I'd encourage you guys to reach out directly to them. And I think the use of social media is always a good tool. I see a lot of activity on Facebook, and I think a lot of residents up there are on Facebook.
There's a specific Facebook group for them up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't have any other questions. Glad to see the work getting done. And I'd welcome a motion.
I move we approve RC 24-03 steep slope improvements for Fall River Road.
Second?
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Passes. Next on the agenda. Consideration of approval of a research agreement between Clear Creek County, Board of Governors of the Colorado State. Commissioner Wheelock.
Yeah, this is really just it's almost an administrative paperwork thing. It's a contract that we need to be able to bill the invoice against, so we could get the money spent before the end of the year, because this money was coming out of ARPA funds, as I recall. And it's funding the, we've talked about it a lot, so I won't talk about it a lot again now. The Colorado National Heritage Program, who's doing the ecological sensitivity study, looking at resources across the county. And we wanted to make sure that we would build our match amount for the grant and had that committed for ARPA purposes before the end of the year. So this is just a contract that enables, that spells out what they're doing for us and enables us to invoice against it. That's it.
So does that imply the total cost of work is actually greater than $25,000 and this is just our share?
It
or
does.
our ARPA share of the work?
It does. This was a grant to do work in Clear Creek, Gilpin, and Boulder counties. Those are the three members that
Mhm.
opted in. And the US Forest Service, I believe. There were four of us that opted in. And so our grant share was $25,000. Our grant match share was $25,000, but the cost of the work being done across those three counties and four entities within those counties is greater than that. And I don't remember the exact
Okay.
right now.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions, and I'm gonna try not to ramble. I'm just really enthusiastic about this work. So I'm gonna try to be really brief and tell the story. We participate in NOCO places. This is every county in the Arapahoe Roosevelt. Randy, you represent us there. I'm gonna tell your story for you because I think it's really awesome work. When we were talking about which types of recreation should go where, we were looking at maps of ecological sensitivity. And Randy, you discovered that Clear Creek County had no ecological sensitivity according to the data.
Very little, but
And-
yeah, the CNHP was missing. None from CNHP.
And
Right.
so you insisted and you frankly slowed the process down for everybody because you said, no, Clear Creek County is not going to move forward with the recreation plan without knowing our ecological sensitivities. And you went out and you found majority other people's money to get this done. I just, this is the result of deciding that we want to stand up for ourselves, that we want to actually invest in conserving our wonderful places. And I'm grateful for your work. I think this is just a really, really good example of what happens when you have a commissioner that is committed to standing up for the people of Clear Creek County in this place. So I just want to thank you for your work.
Well, I appreciate that. And one thing we're proud of at NOCO is that this catch, as this was going down, revealed to the folks at CNHP based out of Fort Collins who had done this work statewide, that they have holes in other places in the state. And then because of Clear Creek's catch on this and helping both Clear Creek and Gilpin, because we were both showing those same characteristics. Similarly, we were more so than Gilpin we did, but because of that, it caused CNHP to broaden their vision and back out a little bit and look at how much they'd done over the last 30 to 40 years and how much they hadn't done. And so their request went way beyond that, and a larger grant that they're doing is trying to fill the gap statewide so that they really have a more holistic view of the entire state of Colorado and ecological. They're filling the gaps in their knowledge of ecological sensitivity throughout the state as a result of that. And so we actually triggered a statewide movement by doing this. It's cool.
That's great. And I mean, we've been talking about recreation policy for decades and thinking we have the information we need to make decisions, but we just haven't. And so thank you for paying attention and standing up for us. That's all from me. Any other questions, comments?
No.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
I would welcome a
We're
motion.
about to.
Okay, sorry. I was like, wait, what's that?
I move we approve the research agreement between Clear Creek County and the Board of Governors of the Colorado State University System.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously with enthusiasm. Thank you, Randy.
Okay.
Did we ever get our interview?
I always wanted a house of
No.
pancakes close by.
What? Yeah.
I think about that every time too. I want to do just like a little bit of agenda management here. Let's confirm Josh Walker is not going to arrive today, I believe.
I've not seen him.
So I know like the thing about that's clear about Josh is that he works while we're meeting. And I don't think that the barrier for a volunteer should be so high that they've got to miss a day at work to get appointed. He was present
Yeah.
2 weeks ago and we weren't able to get to him. And I'm just curious what you guys think about, Mitch, you brought this up. We have a policy of wanting to interview appointees in public meetings. I think there's cause for an exception. I'm curious what you guys think and what kind of accommodation we might be willing to make.
Well, since he's been unable to interview because we didn't get to him in time and he works during our meetings, I'd suggest maybe individually we just go and have a conversation with him.
I was thinking the same thing, that way we don't have to schedule a special meeting, take up staff time and all of that.
That seems reasonable.
Any challenge to that approach, Peter?
Nope.
Okay.
Works fine.
Okay, then let's commit to trying to reach out to Josh and talking to him. If staff can get us his contact information between now and the next 2 weeks, maybe we can come back and share in county commissioner updates.
Okay.
I can work better with his schedule and again, not take up staff time.
Yeah.
So.
Okay,
Then we would just need direction.
excellent. We'll do that. Thank you, Josh, for your interest.
Just a reminder, we got number 2 on the actions.
Is Martha present?
I'm Martha today.
Well, why don't you come up and pretend to be Martha and then we can jump right into you returning to your identity as Amy Saxton after that.
Thank you.
So this is consideration.
You need to stay up for the next item too, by being Martha for this.
So resolution supporting the grant application for the Clear Creek State Recreational Trails Grant Program on motorized trails grant maintenance.
Yes, this is a program we've been encouraged to apply for by CPW. It's a grant that basically offsets our trails crew expenses, and we can use the remaining expenses as match. And it's a definite win. And the word we've gotten from CPW is that this is something we can apply for on an annual basis. And that they were very into us applying for this and really encouraged us to do so. So I think we have a very good chance of getting this grant. And yeah, I think it's a very exciting thing that we are able to pull this together and get this in. We have submitted this grant at this time. And this resolution is documenting our support.
Okay, questions, board?
No.
Just for the sake of the public, what is the amount in the grant?
The amount is 75,000.
Okay. Off the top of your head, do you know how much we spend on our trails crew per year?
The total budget is around 280,000.
Okay, thank you.
So it's equal to 25% of the annual budget.
Yeah.
And has a chance to be recurring.
It has a chance to be recurring.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other questions?
No, I just moved we approve resolution 24-67, resolution supporting the grant application for the Colorado State Recreational Trails Grant Program.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then the next item she's up for anyway.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
You stay where you are.
I'm gonna get my computer,
Oh, okay.
but thank you.
Well,
Please proceed as you wish. Next thing we're gonna do is discuss the IHOP zoning code recommendations.
Hold it a minute. This is something I want to talk to Amy about. I get a lot of, please. I get a lot of comments about government largesse and what our staff spends our time on, what we spend our time on rather than potholes and stuff. And I just want to know what county government has to do with pancakes.
Yeah.
And not only that, international pancakes. What's wrong with good old fashioned
That's a
Clear Creek
very
County
good
pancakes?
The IHOP is the name of the program from DOLA, the Innovative Housing Opportunity Program, something like that, funded a grant.
Never mind.
But before we go into that, I wanted to take a moment and introduce our new planning manager, Garrett McAllister. We're very happy to have him here. He's moved here from Bozeman, Montana, and started here about 3 weeks ago. So he is joining me for this presentation. He helped review the material and helped us make some initial assessments on which of the elements apply to our zoning code, which is really the bulk of what we're going to discuss today.
Welcome to Clear Creek.
Yeah. Yes, it's very, very exciting. We are fully staffed in the planning department, which is not been the case since March.
Okay.
So it's very good news. Megan, can you, thank you.
Find the document.
So as I mentioned, this just as a reminder, we have been completing a grant-funded project known as a Clear Path Home. And the Clear Path Home project included 3 main tasks. One of them was a public education campaign to educate people around the benefits of affordable housing and elevate the reputation of affordable housing. Another one was a project to form and stand up a multi-jurisdictional housing authority. And the third one is the one we're here to discuss today, was a review of the zoning codes of all 5 governmental entities in Clear Creek County. And we have some of the results of that I want to talk to you about today. And we will do that.
Which one?
It's the policy analysis. No, it's not. It's the one below.
Oh,
It's in the regular session.
oh, I'm sorry.
Policy analysis PDF.
Got it. Thank you. A lot of documents.
Can I ask you to begin with describing what you want to get from the board in this work session?
Yeah, thank you. So yes, I'm thinking about how to do that without launching into my whole presentation, but we are looking for feedback on the board, in particular on the elements of this recommendation. I'm sorry, it's the other one. It's the PowerPoint. Great, I'll find it right below it. Yeah. We're in particular looking for the recommendations for input from the board on the recommendations related to zoning code updates and changes that were recommended in this document.
So is that like priorities, which ones to start with, which ones we support, which ones we don't support?
I think the latter, yeah, and either, yeah.
Okay.
As you'll see, the recommendations included some things relative to zoning code and some things that are more programmatic in nature. And I think that will beg some questions related to our some of the decisions we're making regarding the NJJ and our housing function within the county.
Thank you.
I know, I'm looking for it wasn't on the link.
It wasn't?
Oh, so I'm just.
But that
I found it out
PDF
there.
reads like a slide deck. That might be what you were.
Well, I really did want to use the one that I prepared.
I'm gonna zip it then.
I thought it was on there. Can we look at the agenda together really quickly,
Yep.
Megan?
So I got the policy and then the memo. policy is this,
Oh,
and then it's
you're right,
work
right
session.
there.
So
Okay.
if
Is
you
it
have
in
it,
there?
if you have it, I can make you a panelist
I-
and you can share it.
Okay. I have it.
Or you can send it to me and I'm happy to share it.
Yeah, either way.
Okay.
I'll just send it to you.
Okay.
Sorry, folks. Here it comes.
Okay, cool. Got it.
Okay. There we go. Okay. So, I did want to, share this through this PowerPoint to give you, to summarize and compile the material in the document. So this is the zoning code review portion of the Clear Path Home project. And the project approach included, really reviewing, reviewing each town's constraints and context around the zoning code. In particular, looking at related to housing, because this was overall a housing project. And so the consultants worked with us on developing familiarizing themselves with the master plan. They interviewed county staff and used that approach to identify housing priorities. I probably should have done those slides in a different order, but they did all of this stuff to identify these 3 housing goals. I forgot that I wasn't driving the slideshow. So they identified these housing goals by this project approach. And the 3 housing goals that they identified for Clear Creek County based on that approach were to were to maintain housing quality, to secure housing affordability, and to increase housing supply. Those were the goals that they identified. That was the lens by which they evaluated our zoning code to see how well our zoning code supported those 3 housing goals. So I felt like it was important for you to understand how they identified those housing goals, because this was very much in the context of this project. And we do not have clearly established housing goals that you as a BOCC have weighed in on or established. This was the housing goals based on the conversations that our staff had with the consultant team, that they arrived at based on the review of our master plan. And those were the housing goals that they reviewed that they arrived at based on the review of this material, and then used to evaluate our zoning code. So I wanted to first provide that context for this material.
I just want to make one quick comment, because it says there is little appetite for density among residents on this slide. This definitely historically been the condition.
Yeah.
Our last 2, maybe not the last 2, we have had 2 fairly dense housing projects go through 2 separate jurisdictions in the last 4 years or so. Both of which got approved without a lot of resentment or fanfare or public negativity.
That's very true.
So I just yes, I think that's clearly a historic context. I'm not so sure about if that's our current context. I'll share that.
I think that's fair. I was interpreting that as specific to unincorporated Clear Creek County as a comment. And so I think there might be some variation among the places where density already exists versus, and I think there's a very different tolerance or interest or fear factor around density, depending on where it's located. And there's a distinction around unincorporated county.
I think I would,
Well stated.
yeah, I was gonna say, I think we have to acknowledge the fact that all of our unincorporated attempts pretty much to bring any housing density has been met with, especially if there's an affordable component, has been met with either that fear of affordable housing, resentment and resistance to density coming into their neighborhood and changing the character of it.
Yeah.
Either property values or quality of life as a perception.
Right,
That's
right. Right. Okay, thank you. You can go to the next slide. So the report identified, based on our current zoning code, several existing policies that supported our housing goals. There are about 8 existing code elements that they identified as existing strategies that that supported our housing goals, that were in line with the things that were identified by this project as our housing goals, those 3 items. And this is what they were. There's the fact that we allow ADUs as a use by right. And with each one of these recommendations, they also identified whether there was something we could do to improve or strengthen that particular policy to enhance its support of those 3 goals. And that one recommendation they had was that we could remove the restriction on bedroom counts for ADUs. We have no minimum square foot for dwelling units as it stands, which they thought was a solid policy that supported our goals.
when you say dwelling units, can you define dwelling units?
Single family residences.
We don't have a minimum square footage for single family residences.
We do not.
We used to.
There sort of is effectively one, right? Because you can't make 1 square foot bedrooms. You have to have kitchens. You must have
Yeah.
bathrooms, right?
I think-
So
Right.
effectively,
Building codes, I think.
The old UBC.
You have to-
I thought it was our planning and zoning code here. There was a 600 and some square foot restriction. I know when I built one recreational cabin one time, that was a restriction. There were certain restrictions on it, and I had to get actually variance to do that, build a smaller.
Was it a
place.
building code or a
I
zoning
don't think it
code?
was, well, I don't think we have a. I don't want to be ignorant about this, but I remember having to deal with this when I wanted to build something in Clear Creek County, but it's been a long time. But I didn't know that we had no minimum restriction on the size of a
Well-
house you can build.
We do not have any restriction that prevents tiny houses, for example, from being built. The restrictions are in the areas of other things that make it
Difficult to build. small.
difficult to build small, yes. But it's not a square footage.
and they're not intended to make it difficult to build small.
Right.
It's just that if you're gonna have a home, it needs to have a bathroom.
Well, then it's off the books now. It has to be on the books because
Health and
we had about a 624 or something like that square foot minimum requirement to build a home in Clear Creek County in the 1980s. So, because I ran against that at the county talking to the planning guy. And it was shown to me.
And then we have a policy related to allowing employee housing as an accessory use, which is also something that is that in our code per se? Garrett, do you know, or exactly, where does that sit? I don't know exactly
I
where
think
that
it's in our
sits,
code.
but that is something that is allowed in our code. And that one of the things that they recommend is that's something to continue to encourage in commercial zones in particular. We also allow transferable development rights, which is something that they encourage as well. Four more existing policies that support our housing goals. One is that we have flexible design standards, and they recommend defining that flexibility to see how that can help meet attainable housing targets.
My mirth, it has nothing to do with
Okay.
what you're saying.
The short-term rental cap, they recommend, but that's something that we already have in place, and so they had no recommendation on that. That's something that they identified as an existing policy that supports our housing goals, is having a short-term rental cap. Shared households, we currently have allowed up to 6 people who are created to live in a house together. they had several ways we could add some programmatic elements to build on that and enhance that to facilitate housing. And then they also identified that we have a good resource page on our housing webpage offers a good array of resources for people, and that we could highlight additional resources on that and make it even stronger. So one of the purposes of this was to hone in on the qualifying strategies that DOLA has identified. They have identified those 16 innovative strategies. Two of those that they identified, the ADUs as a use by right and no minimum square footage for dwelling units, are among those 16 specifically identified. So we have two of the three, and a third one with the adoption of the MJHA qualify as, they have a 16th one that's like do something innovative, and then MJHA counts as that. So with the adoption of the MJHA, we would meet our innovative, we would meet the three qualifying strategies. Yeah, thank you. So they did come up with some additional things that we could add to support our housing goals. We identified the idea of rental registry and inspections, which is a fairly significant change, which would be basically a list of all the rental properties and a system of monitoring those and inspecting those to assess their quality and potentially hold landlords accountable, and just give a little bit of support to the rental homes in this county. They identified deed restrictions as a program that is, we all know about deed restrictions, but they specifically suggested in our case, given our capacity, we could just be available and open to accepting voluntary deed restrictions. They also identified an assessment of our publicly owned land, which we did a project to assess our publicly owned land a couple of years ago. But still that they wanted us to make sure we had inventoried our publicly owned land to assess development potential for that land, and that we were, making sure housing was a preferred use for such land. They also recommended inclusionary zoning. And then they also are recommending expedited review. And as you may know, expedited review is something we committed to when we signed on to Proposition 123, committing to adopting an expedited review for affordable housing developments is something we committed to doing by 2027 by signing on to that project, to that program. And then probably the most important is their recommendation for a community infrastructure plan. One of the things that really is the horse before this cart is the infrastructure issues that we have in unincorporated Clear Creek County. So any housing program or code adjustment or any grease we put on the wheels of the cart needs a horse that is not hampered by lack of community infrastructure.
When people try to stick to their analogies.
That one was a little, that was valiant. There was some valor there, but no, their observation is something that is not rocket science, right? We know this, right? That the lack of infrastructure in unincorporated Clear Creek County is a barrier to any housing development. It makes the math not work on most projects. It's a big challenge. So but they did identify it as a critical element. No worries, Randy. Okay, next slide. So, I wanted to just organize these a little bit because there are some apples and oranges among these, recommendations. There are a handful of their recommendations that, that really are zoning code changes that we could make and that staff generally support. We are on board with being more flexible on the ADU thing. There are some other ceilings with ADU flexibility regarding water rights and other infrastructure things that are still going to be a limiter on ADUs that are going to keep them from being as big of a option in unincorporated Fifth Street County. But removing the bedroom minimum is something that we could do. Taking their recommendation on flexible design standards is also something we can do. And I think we also support the inclusionary zoning concept and working on what that might actually look like, how we would design that on the ground. We totally support the community infrastructure plan and the expedited review for affordable housing. Several of the recommendations we believe should be supported through MGHA or other program support related to housing, that they were more programmatic in nature, that at least in the current design of our planning staff and our planning team's focus, which is focused on development review and trying to, with Garrett joining our team, trying to add capacity around long-range planning in particular, that the things on this portion of the list are things that we would be looking for a home for. That we don't have a home for them right now in the planning department, and with the change in staffing in our housing department, which has no staff, and the formation of the MJJ, we don't have a specific home for these right now. That's transferable development rights, trying to encourage shared households. Resource navigation I put on there, but I guess I should have put that in the bottom row. The rental registry and deed restrictions are all things that I would put in in this category of kind of needing a home. And then consultant recommendations that are already underway or complete. I will move resource navigation down there. Short-term rental cap and the publicly owned land review process. We have completed, or at least partially completed, the addendums that we want to do to that process or ways to expand it, but we've mostly already completed that.
Staff did a great job analyzing all of our publicly owned properties. Our board did not follow through on that work. We got a work session about it.
Yeah.
And that was over a year ago. And so maybe it's underway, but in terms of really
That was my first-
identifying
second month
opportunities.
on the job.
Right. Yeah. How long have you been here? I mean, so it's been a while. So anyway, I don't want to, that's not a box that we can say it might be already underway, but I hesitate about putting it on that list, in that section of that list, as though we don't need to continue to work on it.
I would agree that's why it said completed or underway. It's not completed. And I mean, the short-term rental cap program is not completed either. That's still underway. But we're working on that.
I guess in the queue is. Is kind of underway, but it's not
Yeah.
really moving if it
Yeah.
hasn't been
Yeah.
talked about. I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, then should publicly held land be a priority?
I think the question is whether the analysis to determine what lands we do own that would be, that don't have a higher and better purpose, especially because of their proximity, difficulty of infrastructure and those different things, or environmental value or whatever. We've got tons of stuff that is not suitable for development, but there are a few, like, the LDS Church and places like that have come up time and time again about what we're going to
And
do.
the Alvarado Meadow
Yeah,
was
on
that we talked about more seriously.
I call the east side of the road. I think George calls it the south. My wife calls it the south. I understand.
I spent too long in Idaho Springs. Valleys run
Yeah.
one direction.
East and west.
So I call
I
it the
use the
meadow
compass.
side. 'Cause I
So-
just-
Somebody knows.
Yeah.
So, okay, so thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
I think our conversation could benefit from that slide that lists all the recommendations being up. I know this is sort of just initial feedback. Like, I think maybe what we do is we select some stuff. You let us know when we're selecting too much that we want staff to sort of get in process first as a first batch. Does that seem like a reasonable approach to this? I mean, we could go through every one and talk about what we oppose and what we support and blah, 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 or we could just sort of try to get a manageable selection.
That's what staff's here for.
Yeah, and thank you for already doing your work on that. So I'll stop there and I'll just, board, how's this landing on you? Which ones of these would you prioritize?
I want to acknowledge that to qualify for broader funding, we need to check the 3 boxes. But I'd observe that the ADU box, it helps us for funding, but I don't know that it helps us get people a warm, dry, safe bed to sleep in.
Yeah.
Because of the constraints you referred to. So I'm just curious if strategically we should look at item 3 or item 4 for that list and make sure we build that out. I'm totally for checking the box and getting help.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure it actually helps our citizens.
When you say 3 or 4, you mean inclusionary zoning and community infrastructure plan as an example, is that correct? Or you?
No, I think there was some higher level. I'm sorry, I missed the very beginning. I apologize. That was my fault. But I think there were some higher level things that, where we had to meet 3 of to reach a certain level.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what they were called. I'm sorry.
So those are called qualifying strategies.
Okay.
And the 3 of the 3 qualifying strategies that we currently meet, I think what you're observing is that meeting those doesn't do much to get our citizens farther along, because they are ADUs, the no minimum square footage. And now forming the MJHA will be helpful, but the other 2, I think you're kind of saying big whoop.
Yes, I think I'm observing they might not help our citizens.
Yeah.
They're great for funding
Right.
and positioning ourselves competitively,
Agreed.
but they don't necessarily help the people that we should be concerned about.
Okay.
So I was thinking that maybe there would be 1 or possibly 2 other strategies that we wanted to work on.
Yeah.
To help them get there. And that may be what you just asked us to do.
I think that's what I think we're talking about is what on this slide, which takes all of the recommendations that were made in summary form, and either they're identifying the existing policy that supports housing that has a recommendation for improvement, or a new strategy, and they're saying, these are all the things that we can do to help strengthen our housing goals. And they're sorted into those buckets that are in the left-hand column.
The value of the ADU one is that it's easy.
Yes. Relative.
If we're bringing code revisions,
Yeah.
it's 1 more red line. And so,
There are no statutory requirements on bedrooms and septic system sizes.
oh, there definitely are. I mean, they're not suggesting that we abandon like public health rules on septic.
Well, I wasn't either.
Yeah, I know. But it feels like right now we have a bedroom minimum or maximum? We have a maximum,
It's a maximum,
and we're talking about waiving it.
yeah. And I think we're just talking about maximizing it on, and waiving it on, 35 acres or more. Because it doesn't, it is, it's different on 35 acres or more versus 35 acres or less. 35 acres or less, your ADU constraint is around square footage. I got that right.
Let's not solve the ADU problem here. Let's just note that I think what I'm hearing is that there's some support for some changes here and that we're not sure it should be the top priority. While we're on the subject, I have some concern for maintaining sort of middle housing. We don't have much of this in Clear Creek County, but what I hear from people that have a lot of very large homes is that ADUs just turn into vacant mini mansions. And I'm not interested in allowing for that.
Right.
So there might be a sweet spot. I don't know if eliminating a bedroom maximum is the right approach. Rather than figuring out how much higher it should be without allowing for a mini mansion sitting next to a larger mansion, neither of which are occupied.
I think that speaks a little bit to what Mitch is talking about, which is what's the scale of improvement? What's the scale of benefit we're going to get out of ADUs based on the number that will happen and then the percentage of them that will actually provide housing for people? It seems like it's pretty minimal. I mean, you'll get something out of it, but is it something to focus on and try to represent the people you're trying to seek funding from?
Right.
If you don't believe it's going to be an effective strategy, then we shouldn't be touting its virtue and seeking money.
I agree. There is state funding if we decide that we want to become a ADU friendly jurisdiction. There's some state funding to help people. One of the barriers, one of the reasons that when you allow ADUs, you don't get anything done is that it's hard to make those projects pencil out. The state has a program that can help if we decide we want to be an ADU friendly thing. So I would encourage us to look at that. That's a new law since this work began. And then lastly on ADUs, so now we're figuring out how to make this more complicated. And adding value to Mitch's point that maybe this isn't a top priority.
Talk about things that help.
I mean, I think it could. So I'm not in full agreement on that, but the other thing that I think when we do talk about ADUs that I want to get discussed is we have some properties that have existing second structures. They've gone through a change in use and now they're being told by our planning department that the existing second structure, because it doesn't currently meet the 50% requirement, cannot be used. And I would like for us to have some kind of a process for if you already have a structure on a property, whether it's too big or not, it shouldn't prevent somebody from being sheltered in that structure.
Yeah.
That's my only other comment on ADUs, and then I'm gonna encourage.
And then I'll make one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it would be that I think that in my statement is based on the idea that I'm not saying that you can't squeeze some benefit out of an ADU program. I'm saying that if we're going to pick three things to isolate, the ones among those that could be the most effective, I'm not sure that the ADU program would be the top of all the things we could pick to work on if we were going to pick three. And that's all I meant by that.
Yeah.
I was supporting what Mitch said, which I think has some validity, which is that likely to be one of the top? Is that going to get, which of those are going to increase by the greatest amount the number of people we've been able to put into housing so far?
Yeah. Okay. So then let's talk about what else shows up on people's lists as what feels like it should be a high priority.
You might speak to this one. I was looking at it a little bit ago. What about inclusionary zoning? What do you feel on that? Is it too tall a hill to climb or?
It's a complicated policy to develop. I believe we should have one. Are you?
I read about it.
Yeah. Okay. I will note that the PDF on inclusionary zoning, those three evaluation criteria, we don't have that information from the consultant. And so I want to ask for that information, how they evaluate the complexity of the cost and the value.
Yeah, what you get out of it again.
Because they just accidentally are referring to the deed restriction program in that section.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be helpful information, but I would call inclusionary zoning. I agree. So, what else?
So you're saying inclusionary zoning seems like something to prioritize.
It's high interest to me. If somebody else want to throw out a high interest item,
I have supported always in the past. I think it's a good idea to bring about I mean, sometimes you have to force it to make it happen, you know? And so I think and I know it's a tough one, that politically it's a difficult one. But it's real. Another one that jumps out to me off the list, I was just looking at a second ago, was expedited review for affordable housing. That may have some benefit. It falls into the same area as inclusionary zoning. Now I normally don't like I get cold feet as a builder. I get cold feet. I should love expedited review for any kind of project, you know. I just really like making sure that we do things right, hold everybody to the same standards. So expedited review sometimes means giving people a pass on things that are really important if you're not careful. But I think if we can expedite reviews in a manner that still protects the quality of housing and doesn't, you know, we still have to dot the i's and cross the t's, but if we can find a more efficient way to do that and get people through the process, I think that has some value. Because we have heard the complaint a lot in the past, whether it's right or wrong, it's been a complaint that trying to get something done, trying to get something built here is difficult. I'm not sure what it is in our regulations that actually does that, but part of it could be just making the process fun and easy.
Okay.
We're going to be challenged to build new housing. Should we, as difficult as it feels when I read about it, should we be considering making sure that the rental stock is really of at least moderate quality, if not high quality? I just feel like we have a lot of cold, wet, unsafe places people house themselves. And it's a huge lift.
So the rental
But
industry.
we have I think there's there's the possibility that there's a large area for improvement.
We've got resource navigation and rental registry and inspection. The low hanging fruit, in my opinion, feels like the resource navigation. Although I think you're right by saying that that's maybe better as a collaborative effort.
Rental registry.
No, the resource navigation. That's basically, there's a lot of money out there to help people get their homes in good shape.
Okay.
And helping connect them to those programs.
But is one differentiating between the homeowner and the renter?
The LEAP program is the one I'm familiar with. My sister qualified as a single mother in a home she rented. So I know that one. I think it was LEAP. Yeah.
LEAP is one.
I don't know if that's always true.
I mean, you know, I think the vision of this rental registry program, and it sounds like what the consultant team was envisioning would be a fairly heavy lift. I mean, it would be an inspector, it would be annual inspections of every rental unit in the county to ensure that they were of high quality and to, you know, really see what was happening inside the rental units in this county.
On that one, I like that idea. The part of the idea I don't like, and I think we can design a less resource intensive method than annual inspections. We could do start with a complaint based, put some standards in the code. And when someone tells us the home is under quality, we go verify. Rather than, right, can we find some steps to take that aren't all the way to the most costly and complex program on the list?
But you just put a target on the renter's back.
Yeah.
You know, rent renewals coming up. I'm not going to report that. I'd rather be cold than homeless.
It's really good point.
Yeah.
I would encourage us to look at inclusionary zoning as a multi-jurisdictional task. I would, I'm just reading in the report, it says, you know, probably want similar standards across jurisdictions.
Absolutely.
Um,
It does say that.
so I'm gonna encourage you to move it down there. And then we have 4 items that you're recommending this jurisdiction adopt / support. And we're trying to push publicly owned land up into that too.
Well, and we would definitely need some guidance from you on where to go past the analysis that we've already provided, which is, as you recalled, and I think fairly thorough. I mean, I think that's not, doesn't have restrictions on it from RPP or open space designations. There was not a great deal of opportunity for county land, but that was, a few years ago.
I mean, I could support taking a look at the meadow side of Shadow Branch as an early action item.
Right. I think that's,
Be a good way to either get out of the way of open space commission and let them start to work on that from an open space perspective, or decide there's an opportunity related to housing.
Right.
yeah, move one, yeah, set a direction for it that, then we don't have to look back anymore.
Right. Um,
Mr. Chair. I mean, there's a broader element here, right, with respect to take more of an economic development focus. Properties develop at the right time, at the right moment.
Yeah, but we can't be using open space funds as a land bank for development. That's not its purpose.
I'm not, no one's suggesting that. I'm just saying there's a broader element here in terms of economic development. What you do with that meadow side, and you go out and start trying to do proactive economic development to find some kind of a proper development to go there. So I think the question then becomes, what is it specifically we're doing with that publicly owned land, and what's the project that comes from that, I guess? That's my question, right? We've already done the analysis of where it is, whether there's infrastructure there. What's the next step with respect to land?
You mean between commercial and residential?
Well, George is suggesting it should be something that maybe rises on the priority list. I'm trying to understand what specifically we're doing with that,
Yeah.
with that topic.
Deciding if it stays public or if it goes private is what I think I heard.
That's what I heard
I
him
think
saying,
that's
let's
the
create certainty, because we've kind of been languishing, using it like maybe a land bank, and maybe that piece on that side of the road is maybe either maybe for development later on, either commercial or residential, or maybe it remains as open space. And what I heard George doing was saying, could we maybe figure out a way to create certainty around that parcel? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
yes,
One way or the
basically, can we decide whether we think it could be viable for development and what the barriers are? I mean, that's also a multi-jurisdictional project because we would be trying to tie into Georgetown's utility system, I assume. May require annexation. So that, I don't know if that's like a easy one. None of these are easy. So the expedited review for affordable housing, let's go back to the top. The community infrastructure plan, the expedited review for affordable housing. Those, I haven't heard any comment on either of those. Well, we did talk about the expedited review.
Well, it's something that's in the queue, isn't
Right.
it? Didn't I hear?
Yes.
It's in the queue or it's in the wish list?
We're committed to it through
Yeah.
when we signed up for Proposition 123.
So we already promised we would do it. So does that feel like does that feel like a number one? And just,
Unless staff says we're wrong, sure.
yeah. I have to make the comment. Before I support that, I need to see something that Randy and I have been talking about for a while. We need a larger notification zone, especially if we're talking about expedited review. We need to let more people know.
Right.
And it's not necessarily, I would suggest the channel is also important. Enlarging the zone but are all the channels really, are the best channels being used to
contact,
notice people?
communicate, right? What we did, and I'll just give this example at the in the DLD area was when the Blue Ridge development project came along. That's where we kind of said, I remember making this specific request. I said, we need a much larger circle of notification for that because we're going to either hear from them now or we're going to hear from them later. The sooner we hear from them, we'll know the future of the project. And the decision we made was to note whatever the circle, I think we used a mile, but whatever the decision was, it needed to go as far as to the Silver Lakes area and Lawson, so that those people received a direct notification in the mail that this public outreach meeting was taking place at the time, not just on Facebook or on the website, you know, and assuming that we built it and they're coming to it, but to actually reach out and poke them through whatever method to guarantee they were there. Since we have their addresses, their mailing addresses with property records, we were able to do that.
That was a recommendation. That's a recommendation that's coming out of the DLD sub-area plan as well. And the
Right.
details of that and exactly how we deploy that is TBD.
And we never turned that into policy. We did it in that case. And at the time, I remember stating, in the future, we should be doing this with all things like this. Whenever there's something that we can see on its face is going to elicit interest, we should be notifying a broad group of people, because otherwise it's kind of like the CSS process. If we don't do it, then later on it becomes more public and we'll hear from them later anyway. And then that slows down things after you've invested, or sometimes kills them after you've invested money in them.
Right.
So we also haven't discussed flexible design standards. Or really the community infrastructure plan. So flexible design standards. What are our thoughts on that?
Well, for me, kind of like the expedited review, the devil's in the details, but what that means in terms of providing, conscionable, livable housing and safety. And different people have, from my experience building, different people have different ideas about that when I've run into it over the years. A lot of people don't like having to follow certain building codes because their building codes cost more, you spend money making houses safer.
As I understand it, we allow for a developer right now to propose an agreement that offers flexibility, but we don't give them any guidance about the kind of flexibility we'd accept, and that's the problem.
Right.
So I think they're recommending we have exactly the conversation that you just stated you wanted.
What are the guardrails?
Yeah. What type of, how much of a smaller lot size might we allow? How much setback reduction might we allow? That kind of thing. And I think, we probably, maybe we don't want to put that kind of thing in writing. Do you have any thoughts on how we would structure something like that?
For development standards, I mean, I think
Trying to manage this conversation as such.
we were tinkering with some of that in Gallatin County on reducing minimum lot sizes, setback requirements, things like that to allow for density in Flexibility. places where it was appropriate though, where we had infrastructure, utilities.
So this is the problem with the flexible design standards, right? Is you need the community infrastructure plan first.
Right.
Um,
I think just as a side note, if I can, I think a lot of the discussion feels like it's sort of predicated on a holistic, clear picture of land use and infrastructure and all that stuff. And from my perspective, I don't know if we quite have that. We have our long range plan and we have a future land use map, but it's a little bit dated now and conditions have changed since that was last adopted. And so it feels like there's some foundational groundwork that needs to be done before we can really understand where these strategies can be plugged in and make sense. And that's also me talking a little bit ignorantly because I've only been here for a couple of weeks. So I don't know the county context super well,
I
but
mean, for some reason, we never adopted our master plan. I still can't understand why. But that said, I don't know. I don't have a better approach than to start with what you have. If we could look at the future land use map, look at where it identifies places that we may want to upzone, and know that we need to put a community infrastructure plan in place on those areas before that's even worth it. That seems like a reasonable approach to at least start to wrap our head around the scale of the problem. And I know, and so we've got about a 5-minute deadline on this, and Mitch, I'm curious, how is this sorting in your head? My back is always to you. I don't get to see. when you're
That's
talking.
okay. I enjoy the back of your head.
It is,
Get you a tennis racket.
I'm content with the direction we're heading. I look forward to seeing the feedback from staff after they've heard us ramble today. I think we're making progress. I just want to make sure that we're actually bringing benefit to the people as opposed to just following a process that was recommended. I want to make sure that there's actually 2 years from now measurable results from the effort that people are going through. Is there a path without starting over to increase the capacity of residential septic systems? Is there a path that someone can take to be able to add bedrooms? Or is it really a do-over?
It's it's not easy to redo a septic.
Yeah.
I mean, and as far as just getting, you can't just, I mean, it's a public health thing.
I'm not
It's-
questioning
we can't go out
the
and
need.
deviate from those standards, but yeah. So it means adding capacity to the system, to add capacity to the building, and changing the regulations to think about it a different way doesn't change that physical dynamic.
I'm not trying to change the regulations. I'm just curious if there's a path forward to change the system. And I don't think there is.
And that, I don't know that there's anything to up a bedroom, you know, I mean, there are some ways to add efficiency to a septic system that's getting tired or to improve its efficacy, but not,
Because it just seems like that's really what's constraining us is the ability
Well, it's
to process waste.
It's a partial rebuild on the system to a different type of system or an expansion of the system of the field. You can deal with it at the tank and with dosing technology and stuff like that. So there are more modern technologies in the tanks and processor that don't require as big a field, but you're either going to have to, you kind of have to rebuild the system.
Yeah. Sorry, I took us on that tip.
Okay. We have not had this conversation in a way that approaches being organized, but I'm going to make a suggestion. Expedited review of affordable projects. I think inclusionary zoning is something that, rather than say, staff, you're going to get to work on that now, I think let's advocate for that to be on an agenda for our mayors and commissioners meetings. And let's measure the appetite of our neighbors. We're going to try to do that together. I have interest in seeing us take steps towards wrapping our heads around where community infrastructure plans make sense. So I think there are two things that I would advocate for: expedited review, community infrastructure plan. And revisiting the publicly owned land assessment would be the third one I would advocate for. Does anybody want to change that list?
No.
Okay. So I think we've got some next steps and look forward to seeing this moving forward. This is a good time for me to mention there are a couple of code changes that I really want to do this year. I already mentioned one of them, and we have to improve our notification requirements.
What requirements?
Notification requirements. I also want to see us consider requiring screening on commercial properties. This is a big need. It's been a big need for years, and every year we let it go by. We see another commercial property come into business without screening. And Brian, what's the last one?
Mobile home parks.
Mobile home parks. Our code on mobile home parks is we require this exact same square footage to if you're trying to replace a mobile home. Part of the reason why we have very, very old mobile homes here. I'd like to change that policy. So I just want to like kind of throw those out there too. It's not related to this work, but it's absolutely related to whether our code is adequate.
okay, and thank you. I would love to hear more about what exactly you're looking for in the mobile home park changes.
Not today, though.
Yeah.
Not today because it's 11:30 and thank you for your time.
Sure. I have one more question.
Yes.
If I could. And I'm not remembering this, Amy, but the ones that we just selected, are they going to help us get to our Prop 123 qualifying strategies? Because that's an important box for us to be checking.
We already adopting the MJHA will get us.
Add the square feet of houses, but the third one with ADU.
But we already have ADUs as a use by right.
Okay.
So we don't need to adopt the recommendations to drop the bedroom limit to meet our goal.
Just want to make sure we check that box. It's an important box.
I'd gladly support ADUs in number 4. But I think we probably need to have some more time to triage this. Thank you for your time. And you guys, we're doing so good on moving through this agenda. We are done with our action sections.
Except for the one the placeholder for the fire authority.
Yep.
We can do that later.
And our regular sessions. We're not quite done with, because I was talking about our actions.
Oh.
And our regular session.
Oh, I'm sorry, George.
It's okay. Just jumping in a little bit this morning and
I've,
in the
you
middle of my
have to
sentences,
sometimes. You
and-
have to sometimes. Let's not go there. I don't want to.
So, what I want to do now is go into executive session to discuss the first noticed item. Therefore, I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 4640224B for the county attorney, and board of county commissioners, for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the county's 1041 regulatory authority over peak period shoulder lanes within its jurisdiction.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Board will move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. Notices. Okay. We will go on pause and we will return here for the remainder of our agenda.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. The board has included its first of 2 executive sessions. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. We're back here to proceed with our agenda. We're gonna go a little bit out of order. We're gonna skip item number 8 and go right to our work session with CTIO. Megan, is CTIO on?
Piper Darlington, that's CTIO, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Hi, Piper.
Yeah, hi, I'm here.
Hi, Piper. Is there anybody else that we need to promote?
Nope, just me.
Okay, thank you for being here. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Great. Well, I really appreciate the time and apologies. I can't see your name tags very well, but thank you, Chair, for making space for me on the agenda this month. I noticed that you did already receive a presentation in your packet, so I'm happy to kind of I have a little bit of an updated version based on just some clarifications and questions that were brought up in the letter. So I'll share that one, but it's essentially the same as the one you received in your packet. It just has a few clarifying slides on the triggers and a couple of other items in kind of response to the letter that was sent by Commissioner Wheelock.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and just for clarification, that was a letter sent by the board.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you.
And let's do introductions. You might as well know who you're talking to.
That would be great. Yeah, I don't know all of you, so.
So I'll start. I'm George Marlin. I'm the commissioner for sort of the central district that's centered around Idaho Springs.
I'm Mitch Houston. I'm on the east end of the county.
You know me, I'm Randy Wheelock, and we saw each other at a few meetings recently, so.
Yep.
See you, Piper.
Good to see you, Randy.
Also present, we've got some staff in the room. Of course, we have our county manager, Brian Bossart, our county attorney, Peter Lichtman. We have Amy Saxton, the director of strategic planning and other words. We have Colton Roloff, our deputy county manager, Cindy Neely, who is a consultant with us on I-70, and Steve Coffin, who is a consultant with us on I-70. So that's who's in the room, just so that you have a sense for who you're talking to. Not sure who's online, members of the public probably.
Well, thank you, Chair Marlin. Again, my name is Piper Darlington. I'm the director of the Colorado Transportation Investment Office, and I really appreciate that making space for me on the agenda this month. So I'll go ahead and share my screen. And again, I know you've seen some of these, so please interrupt me if you have questions or you want to take a little more time on one slide or the other. Otherwise, we can kind of roll through these fairly quickly and obviously here just to really engage in a dialogue with you all. So I will pull these up. Let me know when you all can see that. It's a little small. Let me make it bigger.
Yes.
Get on the back.
There you go.
I can see it great. Thank you.
You guys good? Okay, great. Well, again, I've, attended several meetings with various stakeholders along the corridor talking about some proposed amendments that CTIO has been looking at related to our I-70 peak period shoulder lane memorandum of understanding with Federal Highway Administration. I attended the I-70 collaborative effort meeting. I've met with the I-70 coalition, met offline with Randy and some other Clear Creek staff. I've recently also met with some county commissioners from Summit County. So really trying to meet you all and engage in a conversation around this. Quick agenda, really just trying to kind of give you a reminder of level setting, what the current memorandum of understanding says, looking over some safety data we have from the corridor, talking about some traffic patterns that CTIO has been monitoring, and then really getting into what are some proposed amendments that we are looking at that we've been talking with FHWA about, and then wanted to also highlight some just sort of improvements that CTIO has made that are helping its management of the overall facility. So again, you all probably are very familiar with this, but just wanted to kind of level set and remind everybody what our MOU currently says. Maybe Amy has previously circulated this, but again, the MOU is really only 2 pages, but it does have an operating year. It's November 1st to October 31st. And at that point, our operating days reset. The current number of days and hours that we can be open is clearly restricted. We've got 100 days eastbound and a little over 1,100 hours. So that equates to roughly 12 hours a day. Westbound, 125 days, slightly less hours, but that equates to roughly 8 hours a day. We use historical traffic data to try to pre-plan out a calendar for how we're going to be using those hours and days. And then later on in the presentation, will show you how we've sort of automated some of that planning. And we are required to annually report to the Federal Highway Administration on how the corridor is performing, including how we've used the hours and days. Oh. Again, just, talking a little bit about the operational limitations that we have there. Clearly limited to peak times, right? We are required to be open. Can you guys see my PowerPoint okay?
Did just go away.
Did it go away? Okay. I think I clicked something. Let me share.
It hasn't been gone for long though.
Okay, yeah. Sorry about that. There you go. Okay, I think I'm back. Okay. Again, it really defines it as periods of congestion, which it says is projected to be Saturdays and Sundays in the eastbound, Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays in the westbound, December through March, and then July through September. But the MOU does provide some flexibility for CTIO to determine when congestion levels warrant opening the lanes. But it does give some sort of general timeframes on when we think the lanes would be open. And the lanes are slated to cease operations in 2035 unless they're modified by a different project, which may or may not be part of the corridor's long-term solution. So Commissioner Wheelock knows this, but we have been working with FHWA for probably the past 9 months, really just to start engaging them in a conversation, batting around some concepts. We really wanted to do a deep dive into how the peak period shoulder lanes are performing. One, from a safety standpoint, and also two, from a managing congestion standpoint. So first, we wanted to take a look at some safety data. I think anecdotally, right, we've sort of heard that, the lanes are generally more unsafe when they're open because there's no shoulder. So we wanted to try to deep dive into that question a little bit to see if there was real data that could support that argument one way or the other. So we worked with CDOT's traffic safety team. We dug into crash rate data. We looked at 2 different metrics, crash rates that resulted in property damage. And this does include 2023, where the one in your packet only has through 2022. So we wanted to provide a little update for that. But really what we learned is, you can see there, the blue line is open eastbound, just to orient you a little bit. Orange is closed eastbound. Westbound, we just unfortunately don't have as many years of operating history because it just opened more recently for tolling. But the takeaway here in talking with the safety team was there really was no statistical difference between when the lane was open and the lane was closed, if you're looking at the metric of crashes that resulted in property damage. We also looked at injury and fatal crashes. So we, again, same sort of lens on this. This is going back to 2016 through 2023. 2024 isn't completed yet, so we didn't put that up here. We don't have a full year of information. But again, if you're looking at injury and fatal crashes, there really wasn't a notable difference one way or the other when it was open or closed in rates of injury and fatal crashes. We also looked at incident clearance times. As part of the safety reporting to FHWA, we do survey first responders annually on their use of the lanes, how they think they're operating. We looked at 4 prior years. So we started with 2019, and 2019 was the first year that this metric was reported. So we don't really have data prior to this. But from 2019 through 2022, we saw that there was really an average of a 19-minute improvement in accident clearance times, which does make sense if you think about the winter time, right? That lane is plowed and it's de-iced and it's ready to be used as a lane. So overall, when looking at crash rates, we saw that there was an improvement and a benefit to accident clearance times. Wanted to also highlight, in addition to kind of just looking at some data-driven metrics, we have also, both CDOT and CTIO have implemented additional safety measures within the last year along the corridor. So as this group is aware, CTIO specifically implemented a safety and toll enforcement program. So CTIO is able to issue civil penalties for people that are demonstrating unsafe behavior. And on the PPSLs, that is weaving in and out of the lane when it's open for tolling. It is driving in the lane when it's being used as a shoulder. So when it's closed and is supposed to be used as a breakdown lane. And then also if there are multi-axle vehicles traveling in that lane, because right now they are, for safety reasons, for operations reasons, they are not allowed to be in there. So some stats on the safety and toll enforcement program, specifically on the peak period shoulder lanes, we have issued a little over 43,000 notices to date that fall into those three buckets of categories that I just mentioned. And that included a little bit over 7,000 warnings that went out during the grace period. And that program has been open a little bit over a year up on the peak period shoulder lanes. CDOT, in addition, has also implemented variable speed limit signs through here. So again, just 2 additional ways that we are working to continue to improve safety up on the peak period shoulder lanes. I wanted to dig in a little bit on the 2 metrics that I mentioned related to the safety and toll enforcement program. So the first one I mentioned was people driving in the lane when it's a shoulder. And this was actually the whole driving force behind CTIO wanting to go out and work with the legislature to receive the authority to actually use electronic enforcement, because our tolling equipment out there was passively picking up people driving in the shoulder when it was closed, right? They weren't being charged a toll, but we knew that this was a significant problem. And so you can see here on the left, we've got the time frame is 2019 to 2023. On eastbound, we were close to 100,000 cars captured driving in the shoulder when it was meant to be a breakdown lane. And within the last year, since we have gone live with the safety and toll enforcement program, that has dropped down to less than 100. So significant gains if you're looking at the metric of people just using the lane when it's a shoulder. We also looked at, again, that second reason for a violation, which was the multi-axles driving in the lane, which causes a huge safety and operational problem for CTIO. We were up around 10,000 multi-axle vehicles using eastbound. You can see we're close to 10,000 vehicles in the 4 years prior to the program going live. And that has pretty much dropped down to 0. So we are really seeing these programs have a difference when you're looking at actual data out on the corridor. I'll pause there. I kind of ran through a lot of safety information. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, one that I had really quickly was, and I did ask this question before in another meeting, but I think to have your answer here would be good. Those violations, back to the previous slide, or no, it's still up on yours, I guess. Those violations are not citations, but observations of the frequency of occurrence that people are in that lane. Is that correct? These are observations versus citations?
Yeah. So Randy, or Commissioner Wheelock, the 2019 through 2023 would have been observations because we did not have the program live at that time.
Right.
But the June 2023 through 2024 would have been actual civil penalties cited. So the 782 and the 5 would have been included in that overall 43,000 violation number. The majority of people are receiving civil penalties for weaving at this point. Does that clarify your?
Yes, thank you. Yep.
So getting into kind of traffic patterns and sort of what CTIO has been observing over the last several years, before we sort of get into kind of the data and the request, I wanted to focus a little bit on the triggers. And this slide is not in your packet, so I'm happy to send this out afterwards. But CTIO uses volumes to kind of use as a trigger point to determine when we're going to open the lanes or not. So for westbound, our general trigger is 1,500 vehicles per hour. Our trigger eastbound is roughly 2,000 vehicles per hour. Again, the trigger is lower on westbound just due to roadway geometry. We noticed that speeds start dropping at much lower volumes. And again, we have actual real people that are out there observing this, right? So they're looking for brake lights, they're looking for traffic slowing down. And we notice when we look at speed curves, we start to see speeds dropping by roughly 10 miles an hour, sort of once you start hitting 1,200 to 1,500 vehicles per hour. Again, similarly on eastbound, we see that 10 mile per hour kind of drop start around the 1,800 to 2,000 vehicles per hour trigger. So just to provide a little more explanation on how my operators and my boots on the ground are making those decisions on when to open, but also the triggers were an important metric when we were trying to answer the question of how many hours are we missing when there is congestion and we could be open, they're just currently above our limitations in the MOU. So we really had to say, okay, if this is our trigger, we need to start analyzing how many hours that, we're hitting that trigger that we can't cover currently. And the goal here really is we want to catch traffic before it gets bad. So this is roughly a level of service D. We want to try to catch it at that point before it degrades any further. But we will have real people out there observing and making decisions sort of on a daily basis on when to open and also when to close. So using those triggers of the 2,000 vehicles an hour or the 1,500 vehicles an hour, we went back and looked at historical data. And really what we learned is you can see there back in 2011 on the left, and the various colors are every day of the week. The big ones obviously at the top being Sunday is the top blue line, the kind of mauve purple color is Saturday, and the green is Friday. You can see we were probably exceeding the 2,000 vehicles an hour. On a Sunday, it was maybe 300 hours that we weren't capturing in a given year. That has clearly increased over time. And we're seeing that trend consistently over every single day of the week, right? There is no longer a Friday, Saturday, Sunday peak. We are seeing peaks on Wednesdays. We're seeing peaks on Thursdays. So really just there's no longer a peak day and time up there. There's times when CTIO could be open in the middle of the week to help relieve congestion. So really just the trend over time is the number of hours where we are not able to open, where traffic triggers would sort of warrant opening, are increasing. Growth in traffic in general in the areas of the PPSLs has been growing at roughly 2.2% a year. It's a little shy of 2% for the entire I-70 corridor. So this is probably coming as no surprise to all of you, right? Trends are not slowing down anytime soon in terms of growth. And really, we saw the same thing happening westbound, similar trends, shifts across all days, and really just the number of hours of congestion that we weren't able, that were kind of meeting or exceeding those triggers was growing from 2011 really to 2022. So, again, that's how we approached the question. We really wanted to look at data. I know CTIO has engaged with you all over the years in looking at the hours and looking at the days, but we really took to heart the ask to make data available, bring data, and have a data-driven conversation. So that's really what we tried to do here, is really rely on what are the numbers telling us that we would need in order to operate successfully and really meet the spirit of the MOU, which is congestion management, which today we just aren't able to meet the full needs of the corridor given those current operating restrictions. So we kind of started talking about these concepts with FHWA to one, just get their take on them, see how they were reacting to the information. I think FHWA has been very supportive of the ask here. We've talked to them about some proposed amendments to the MOU and what hours we would need. These are the proposed amendments that we are talking about. And that's also why I'm here today, to kind of socialize with you all, hear from you. What are your questions, right? As part of our requirements is outreach to locals and hearing your feedback. So none of these have been made. These are just in concept at this point. But again, a big one is changing the operational restrictions. So we are looking to remove the days from the cap and just go with hours to just more efficiently manage the hours we have. Two, obviously increase the hours to keep up with demand, and including some additional language around the facilities not intended to be open 24 hours a day, because CTIO 100% agrees it should never be open for 24 hours a day, and it's really not needed to be. And again, putting more language in there around a future review. The 2035 date is in there. We're not proposing to remove it. But really, we need to start talking about it now. And what is the future of the peak period shoulder lane? So putting some more language in there around a trigger for review, especially around the opening of Floyd Hill. We're going to need to really observe and sit down again, look at more data. How are the peak period shoulder lanes working? What is safety looking like out on the corridor once the Floyd Hill project opens? So just putting some language in there around a review period and a review process that CTIO and FHWA would engage in to pick this back up and clearly engage with stakeholders.
Thank you, Piper. Quick question on that slide. Can you clarify which MOU you're referring to that you want to be signed when Floyd Hill is opened?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Marlin. Really what this was getting at is the current memorandum of understanding between CTIO and the Federal Highway Administration for the peak period shoulder lanes.
So you're talking about this process of reviewing the hours and the days being completed when the Floyd Hill project is finished, and that's in a couple of years? Am I misunderstanding something?
No, I think I misunderstood your question, Chair Marlin. So we would want to address the hours now, but we want to include language in the proposed revisions that would essentially, mandate us to pick this back up in another few years when the Floyd Hill project opens again to kind of review how it's working. So it'd sort of be two different proposals. So that language would be included in the current amendment that we're working on.
Okay, so you're talking about amending the MOU post haste and then making another amendment when Floyd Hill gets done. And you're talking about the MOU that we refer to in our 1041 permit, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think looking at if a future amendment would be needed, I guess, when Floyd Hill opens, not necessarily, but just, compelling us to look at it and see how it's working.
Okay, thank you for helping me wrap my head around that.
Sorry, no, I don't think I explained that very clearly. So thank you.
So I have a question as well, and it's just something that I hadn't noticed the first 4 times I looked at this, first 3 times. But I won't make you go back to that slide, but we have a slide in which we say, and I know you've heard other discussion from us about that slide in and of itself, but the slide about safety not being a factor, whether it's open or closed, that whether the lane is open or whether the lane is closed, does not seem to impact safety according to your crash data. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, can we read the green box on the left side of this?
Would you like me to read that? I'm happy to.
Yeah, by getting rid of days and moving to hours only, we're better able to meet the critical elements of the MOU, congestion relief and safety. If it doesn't operate differently with regard to safety, whether it's open or closed, how does opening or closing the lane increase or decrease safety?
I think here, right, the goal is first and foremost congestion relief, but I think we would be encouraged, one, if the lane is open more hours, that's hopefully beneficial to first responders in terms of accident clearance times. But you're right, Commissioner Wheelock, crash rates, that's sort of a result of metric, but I do think having the lane open more would be beneficial to first responders. Everything that we hear from them, and my operations manager does attend all of the existing meetings with law enforcement and safety patrol and first responders on that corridor. And everything we hear is that they want it to be open more. They see it as a benefit to them. So I think you're right. The crash data, right, would be more as a, sort of a result that we would hope that trend would continue. But I would say in terms of making the lane available for accident clearance times, the fact that we've been able to improve accident clearance times already because it's open as a lane and cleared of trash, et cetera, I think we would hope to see that trend continue if it was open for additional hours or on other days when we're not currently open.
Okay, thank you. I had thought that with regard to the lane open and closed for emergency access, that when the lane was open and during peak period shoulder times and there was an accident that blocked the highway, made it more difficult for emergency access because there were vehicles in all three lanes stacked up instead of two lanes. But I think I'm hijacking the conversation with the question. I didn't mean, I was actually just looking at internal consistency in the document, that from one slide to the next, we were using the same logic. That's all.
Yeah. Appreciate that. But you're right. That specific point, if you're looking at the crash data, maybe it wouldn't make too much sense. But yeah, I think we would just hope that we would continue to be able to offer the benefit of having it available for more hours or across more days for the use by first responders, whether they're clearing traffic through the lane, if the accident's in the general purpose lane, which we waive tolls in those situations too, if that occurs, or if the accident was in the express lane, hopefully you would have the ability to clear traffic through the available general purpose lanes. So again, I think I just have a couple more slides and then would love to hear from you all. But really, when we looked at the triggers, the hours that we are currently not meeting, this is where we landed. So in order to meet the needs of the corridor today, not even looking to the future, we would need roughly 1,500 hours each direction to capture all of those periods of congestion. So for westbound, that's roughly 56% more hours than we have currently. For eastbound, it's roughly 33% more hours than we currently have. Is there any questions on this? I'm happy to move on, but I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, not me.
Okay. I just wanted to take a minute too to highlight some of the sort of management tools that CTIO has available or has developed within the last year to, one, help us just manage our current existing days and hours, but will also help us manage, hopefully, the future additional hours that we are kind of working with you all to try to get approved. We have automated a lot of our decision making on when you open. We have a dashboard that tracks hours remaining, hours used, and looks at it sort of on a monthly basis as well. So these are just some screenshots from our tool. It's an automated dashboard online that pulls in traffic data from historical traffic data, but also from our tolling equipment that's out there on the roadway. The really cool one is the planning tool. This really provides data-driven recommendations for what the top days when we might need to be open are based on historical information. So I know this is maybe a lot to look at on a slide, but the top right is essentially saying, for the past 5 years on this Sunday, traffic volumes have been roughly X. So we are recommending that for this Sunday, you are open. So it's really, again, just trying to automate that decision-making based on historical data. And it currently helps us manage all of our hours and days and would help us continue to manage hours into the future. And again, really, this is a great planning tool that we've implemented. CTIO has also hired an operations manager about a year ago who is very actively involved with CDOT on the management of the lanes and coordination on kind of when we're open, issues, getting the lane cleared and open. We also have 6 new traffic operators whose sole job is to be the eyes and ears on our entire network. Clearly, we have folks that are specifically trained on the unique aspects of the peak period shoulder lanes as well. So just wanted to highlight that CTIO itself, just as a business, has really put into place a lot of positions that are supporting the corridor and also tools to further use data to drive how we make decisions on when to open. So just a few snapshots from the tools that we're using, so you guys have a flavor of what those are. Again, kind of a summary to sort of the main takeaways that I wanted to highlight. You know, if we're using the data, looking at, you know, again, we looked at crash rates and incident clearance times. We really didn't see that the lanes were less safe when they were open. We have also implemented additional safety measures up there. We've talked a lot about the safety and toll enforcement program, as well as the variable speed limit signs. And corridor growth is exceeding 2% a year in the area of the peak period shoulder lanes. And so corridor, this type of growth was not considered when we set current thresholds that are in the MOU. There was no provisions in there that allowed us to, you know, escalate those numbers annually. They were sort of point in time based on historical information. And then, you know, just CTIOs put resources in place to kind of use data again to automate decision-making on when we open and close. And just to sort of talk about where I am in this process and why I reached out to you all, and am really appreciative of time on your agenda. You know, I mentioned we have kind of worked through a lot of these concepts with FHWA. That's happened over this last series of several months. We are working actively to engage with stakeholders. I mentioned some of the meetings that I'd been attended, but really I want to hear from you on how we can help CTIO better manage this corridor, because right now we don't have the tools to manage congestion effectively. So I really would love to hear from you and hear your feedback. What are your questions, your concerns? We are actively working to respond to requests that were put out in the letter by the board. So we should be turning around those requests within this next week. I think we have been working on, you know, providing a written response to the letter. You know, we did receive it. We did take it seriously. So just to let this group know that we will be working on, you know, just a formal response to acknowledge the letter and respond to some of those requests that were in the data. So that's been my focus this week, along with CDOT. But again, this is a first volley. We want to hear your feedback on the proposal that we're bringing. And then, you know, when there's a point of agreement, we would execute, on my side, we would execute, you know, an amendment to the MOU to increase the hours and kind of make those changes that I walked you all through.
Okay, so make sure I understand. When you say execute the MOU through board action, you're
Mhm.
referring to the CTIO board, correct?
I'm referring to the CTIO board. Yes. Yes. That's all I had, Chair Marlin. But, you know, again, I'm really here to engage with you all, answer questions, provide more information. And again, really appreciate your time on the agenda today.
Thank you. Appreciate your time as well. And we tend to use first names in this room, so please feel free to use my first name. But that's not what's material here. Really appreciate the presentation and your focus on how this corridor can be operated safely, effectively. And without trying to prejudge a pending application, I'll say, like, from my perspective, the data you share is compelling enough that it makes sense to me that our board would direct our staff to begin to work with you to design the CSS process that's required in the ROD, and to prioritize in their workflow a 1041 permit process to achieve a conclusion that makes sense based on the data. It also makes sense to me that this board, and I'm kind of talking to the board, that this board would direct staff to prioritize evaluating compliance with the current 1041 permit and request any currently required reporting or monitored sort of be executed as part of this evaluation. I think having that complete picture is going to be really helpful. Randy, Mitch, what am I missing? What would you add to that? What is just wrong in that?
Well, I think we should be clear that we are requiring a 1041 in order for this project to be able to proceed. We believe that that our 1041 is tied significantly enough to the MOUs that in order to change these operating hours significantly, materially, as much as they are, and to do something like eliminate days is something that was not contemplated at all in the existing 1041 permits. And so it's a requirement to do that in order to start operating those lanes in those hours. I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding of it's not paperwork on our end that we need to do to match your paperwork. It's a requirement to have it, to actually take the action.
Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you.
You know, I would share that the CSS process is fairly well defined, and it doesn't need to be burdensome. It'll help all the parties converge on a solution.
I mean, it seems to me that like you guys have put 9 months of work into evaluating this data, working with stakeholders, including FHWA, some of our neighbors, and that all of those are ingredients to go into a CSS process that's sufficient and effective.
And to tie a bow around a CSS process means we all need to be together in the room at the table and make sure we understand the data and correlate data to need. And I will go just one step further and say that part of the concern here, first of all, we don't object to change. I think any of us are up for reasonable change and adaptive management to make these lanes work as well as they are needed for their temporary part-time purpose to relieve congestion. But need is defined by congestion and not by, I think part of the problem when I had studied the graphs, and I expressed this to you before, Piper, and I'll say it again, is that the graphs are expressing not a correlation to congestion, but a correlation to an arbitrary trigger point that in our research we have seen, and I understand that people are looking at brake lights and seeing when things start to slow down and correlating it to what they're reading in terms of volume, but those trigger points are radically different than normal accepted congestion measures. And some of them may indicate days in which a few of those hours happened that were over. And so that creates another day and several hours in which they may have been over the trigger point, but never reached a point that would be thought of as congestion. And so that's why that data request that I made is so important. So we can really wrap our heads around it and see which of those days never reached anywhere near a congestion level volume, so that we can sort out which of the hours of congestion are actually meaningful, those that led to a period of the day when there was a bit level of volume that could reasonably be considered justification for having lanes open. So sorting out those days where we bumped up against it, but got nowhere near congestion would be really important to know. And I think this, and I appreciate the fact you're sending that data and I look forward to it. And I'm happy, you think that'll be out within the next week, that the data as we described and emailed this last week, is that correct?
Yeah, I think so, Randy. I sat down and looked through the speed curve information because I know that, there was a lot of just questions around understanding the triggers. So, I'm not a traffic engineer by any means, and I have traffic engineers that work on this stuff. So yes, absolutely. I think within the week, and it might just be helpful to sit down and walk through it, just to make sure that we're all, looking at the information and, and just dialoguing about it.
I think that will happen. I think that opportunity will come in a CSS process that's connected to a 1041 application. And that's where we'll have that opportunity to educate each other and come to a really good collaborative solution.
Yeah, and Piper, I'll second your comment. I'm no traffic engineer either. And Randy's comments really demonstrate to me how much support I'm going to need from my staff and the commissioner that we have assigned to transportation to wrap my head around this. I think that's just kind of a reaction I'm having. But in general, I mean, I think that, the data you share is it's compelling enough that we should prioritize a rapid response to your
Mhm.
1041 application. And I think having our hands on that data will go a long ways towards helping us understand the scope and scale of the CSS process we're asking for.
Is she muted?
Can you hear us still?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Sorry, I can't see everybody in the room, so I wasn't sure if anyone was
If you-
waiting to speak.
Feel free to pull down the application. I mean, I know I have a fair amount to think about with respect to this, and I think a lot of that thought is going to be sort of it's going to happen as a result of staff thinking about this first, and the commissioner that we assigned to transportation. And so that's, I think, the best I can say for right now. I mean, this is a big complex topic, and we're excited to be at the table now, and look forward to proceeding.
Well, I really appreciate the feedback and time. You know, if there's anything that comes up, you know, after the meeting, you know, please reach out to me. You know, Amy has my contact information. You know, Randy has my contact information. So yeah, trying to be responsive. And, you know, clearly the 1041 permit is also, you know, involves CDOT too. So I've been working with them. You know, clearly that's more in their swim lane than my swim lane. So I really do, again, just wanted to express my appreciation for the time, you know, and just, I think this is a good time to be talking about this. You know, it's just taken us a little while to actually have enough data to have a real data-driven conversation. And you all clearly expressed that to us over the years. So don't want there to be any surprises where CTIO is at on this.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to invite our staff and our consultants. They've definitely very engaged. Do you have any comment on this, Amy, Cindy, Steve?
I think one.
Please.
Hi, Piper. I think one thing that we would, any light you can shed, Piper, on where we go from here in terms of who will start this process? What role do you want to play? What role can we play? How do we initiate this process? I mean, typically, if we were starting from scratch here, CDOT would come to us and say, this is a process that requires a CSS process, that is eligible for a CSS process. Does the county want to initiate a CSS process? And that ship has sailed a little bit. So, you know, where are you at on this? How do we start from here? You know, we're saying you need to apply for an amendment to our 1041 process. We're saying we need a CSS process for this. Do you agree with that? Where are you willing to take that forward from here? Where are we at?
Yeah, I can't give you a totally solid answer, Amy, just because, you know, I have been dialoguing with CDOT about it. Obviously, I'll need to reach out to, you know, Region 1, Jessica Mickelbust, and, you know, Keith Stefanik, our chief engineer. So I will come back to you with a better answer. I'm happy to be kind of the messenger. But I don't know yet who would take that next step in terms of, you know, obviously we need to provide you a draft of the MOU and a lot of other things, you know, for consideration. So I think my goal is to go back to CDOT, larger CDOT, and, you know, the other folks working on this with me to kind of talk through what those next steps are. You know, I'm obviously one person at CDOT, and my swim lane are the peak period shoulder lanes. But clearly there's a lot of other folks that have much more knowledge on the CSS process and the 1041 permit itself. So I don't know yet. I'll have to get back to you with a better answer kind of once I chat with Jessica, our Region 1 RTD, and, you know, our chief engineer.
Typically, the next step in a 1041 process would be some kind of a pre-application meeting with staff. And I think, is it safe to say that that's what we anticipate?
That would make sense on the process of the 1041, on the 1041 lane. What typically informs the 1041 application is a CSS process to convene stakeholders and make sure that the proposal that informs that CSS application is community informed as per the ROD and the various documents in our 1041 permit. And as I'm sure you realize, Piper, the 1041 permit is covering construction and the operations of the lane.
Yes,
And
yes, I do.
all the concept of operations, the business plan and the MOR, you are all attached to our 1041 permit. So
Yes,
all of
yeah.
those things are related.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I understand the implications, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I skipped over some details, didn't I? I heard you, Piper, say that you were planning on responding to our letter. That's the letter where we assert that we're gonna require a 1041. Is this an amendment process? And
We didn't, yeah, okay.
Yes.
we didn't?
Yes, yeah, they're working on the 6-page letter that we sent.
Right.
The response to that.
Right.
In which we stated that we believe that we do require a 1041 for this to move forward in that letter as well.
Yeah, and I thought too.
Based on the material I've received, the research I've done on this so far, it appears that an amendment and a new application are basically identical processes. So the process to do the amendment would require basically repeating most of the same steps that the 1041 included originally. So it would be very similar to a new application. I don't have enough information to tell you what the exact distinction is between a new application and a amendment, other than it's a very similar process.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Commissioner Marlin stated very well a second ago when he said that having the data, for example, will inform us a lot about what size. It gives us some kind of an idea of what the challenges and the differences in our perception are of what constitutes congestion and need. Once we know that, that might help us decide how large this process needs to be. And there are all kinds of questions we could answer. There are 2 1041 permits on the table right now. Those would both have to be modified. It's possible that there could be a 1041 permit that becomes a single 1041 permit that's a new permit. This is just one thought that replaces both of the 2 previous permits and wraps the two lanes together and addresses the idiosyncrasies between those lanes. I'm not presupposing that's what would happen, but I'm just saying that that's why all this information is going to be very helpful. And then that can be walked through pre-application meetings in the beginning of that process. That's how all that can be flushed out.
Yeah.
And up front, that data that we requested will be very helpful to I think it will help expedite those meetings to a faster and better conclusion.
Right, even prior to a response to the letter, could be us having the time to wrap our heads around that data to understand the scope and scale of the CSS process.
Well stated and much more brief.
I wasn't trying to.
Okay, so Piper, you're saying you need to do a little homework on your end?
Yes, yeah. Thanks, Amy. No, yeah, we are working on a response to the letter, and yeah, I just need to do a little homework on kind of next steps with CDOT.
That sounds good. I think, board, if you agree, I think that like our direction to our staff is pretty clear. Our assertion here is pretty clear. Is there anything else that's missing? Is there anybody else have anything else to add?
When you say the assertion is pretty clear, could you restate briefly?
Oh, yeah, the assertion we're making that a change to these hours requires a 1041 amendment to them or per lane, right? And that we think a CSS process should inform that.
And we have a much shorter than 6-page letter. We're just summarizing these thoughts in a very short little like 3-point bullet list. And we'll get that out to you today just to memorialize today's meeting and those assertions. So
Oh, that would be great. I appreciate that, Randy.
it's very short. It'll take 30 seconds to read.
He told me
Okay.
that too, but I took a few minutes.
And Commissioner Marlin,
Okay.
the one thing I would just add is that the CSS process is clearly stated as a requirement in our 1041 permit and in various documents in there. I would say it's not just that we think a CSS process is required. We're asserting that it is a requirement for making these changes.
Yes, giving us the option.
Yeah.
Right. It's a requirement. And we're likely to say, yeah, we think that is an option we'll take, but it definitely us having the option is a requirement. So thank you for helping me be clear.
You're very welcome.
Yep. We're requiring it.
Okay. Well, I don't see any need for further conversation at this point, but I do appreciate again you coming and talking directly.
Yeah, I really appreciate the time, and I'll look out for your bulleted list, Randy. I appreciate that.
It'll be on our list and it'll be quick.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and please reach out if you need anything in the meantime from me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Just want to thank our transportation team. There's a reason that we pay so much attention to I-70 and make sure we have all this great advice that we have. Next thing on the agenda is a work session to discuss Clear Creek Fire Authority organizational review next steps.
Steve and Cindy, thank you.
Thank
for being here today.
This is a standing agenda item. I don't have anything to add. Others?
Me either.
Meeting on Thursday.
The meeting on Thursday.
I've not heard from our facilitator, Jonathan. I'm assuming it's just gonna be finalizing the changes to the IGA.
I would hope, okay, of course I have thoughts. I would hope that on the agenda would be once the IGA is signed, what is sort of the purpose and the pace of the group moving forward?
I was gonna bring that up, that you had suggested this group needs to continue to meet, and I'm not sure you got any consensus on that in the room, right? So that may be something you're gonna wanna bring up
Yeah.
on Thursday also.
It might be important for us to remind our partners that any ballot measure is gonna require a lot of coordination and support to get that proposal right. And we can't do it on our own, right? And so the best way for them to make sure that that ballot measure makes it to the ballot is to continue to engage with us about clarifying the vision that we have at a high level and wrapping our heads around the different options we have to bring to the voters.
And reminding people that sooner is better than later. We can't wait until curves are about to cross to then ask for money.
Yeah.
I sense people think we can wait.
It's a good point. I mean, some in the group think that we need to be on the ballot as early as May. And if we're gonna hit that, then, you know, the pace of these interjurisdictional meetings might need to be pretty similar to what we've endured thus far. I mean, what's your take on that, Brian? Do you think?
There's certainly been value in these meetings, right? So we just gotta figure out what that looks like moving forward. If it's gonna be that kind of a pace, what are we accomplishing every 2 weeks?
I'd be interested to hear just the facilitator share what he would recommend as next steps. Like if our goal is to have something that 5 jurisdictions and the fire authority board agree on is the best way to move forward with the voters, what's that gonna take?
Recognizing it's gonna be our ballot measure, right?
Yeah. But I don't think I'm hearing from any of the 3 of us that we want to go it alone on this ballot measure. I think what we want is something that is a consensus approach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Well, and that's the piece then, right? It's not all the governing bodies like ours is sitting in the room. Right, so they gotta go back to their, if we want support and consensus, and we're all gonna support some kind of a ballot measure as a collective, they gotta go back to their own governing bodies and sell it. Now, have they done that yet? Right, and that's probably a good question for you guys to be asking.
Yeah, I mean, that maybe a next step is to really try to get a meeting that is at a time scheduled far enough in advance that every council member in the county has the opportunity to attend and understands the value and necessity of their participation for success, right?
I thought.
Anything else on?
For me.
I met with Bill to give the survey feedback. It kind of cascaded into a couple of interesting questions he's trying to work through, but otherwise. I think we're in fairly good shape. I continue to contemplate how we've been talking a lot about the fire department, and the context is the same in our sheriff's office and in our EMS department. And I continue to think about how all of our first responders can get relief at the same time.
I'm sorry, how they can what?
Get relief.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I have anything else. Anybody else?
I don't know that this needs, after the meeting, needs to be done in executive session. So rather than have an executive session to discuss legalities and the content of the letter, I just modified the letter to reflect our conversation that we had prepared to send out that I just referenced. It would take me about a minute to read that letter to you, and then we can have that behind us. It's okay, and I can send it off to staff to forward signature page. Is that okay with you?
I'm comfortable without hearing it,
Without hearing it?
without.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good. I'll send it on to you. Yeah, all it was doing is memorialize what we talked about in public now. So,
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I think we're good. If we're done with the fire authority agenda item, we're done with the public portion of this agenda. We do have one more executive session. And so I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation or determining negotiating strategies or instructing negotiators with regard to the employment agreements of the board's direct reports.
A second that.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. The board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. Notices will be made. This Zoom meeting will stay up and we will return only for the purposes of adjourning. So The board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. There is nothing further on the agenda. We are adjourned. Mitch Houston is present. As is Randy, he's just off camera.